But you have 10. For any action. And so until Rebecca Helbig can see.
Um, we'll move on to public comments. We don't quite have a quorum, so we'll come back to approval of the agenda.
Anybody had an issue trying to get into the folder? Anyone online need assistance getting into the folder? Please let us know. I want to make sure you have access. And if you don't, that you have the opportunity to have access. I also passed around the slides. I think they're still going around. Oh, thank you. Lena's passing them. All right, we'll get started with the bulk of the presentation related to what ATBS is. So when I took over in July, I transitioned from Lee Stickle, who was the former ATBS director. She'd been in the position for 20 plus years. In fact, she created the project. And one of the things that has been central to the project is this idea on the left in the mission of building local capacity. So by that we mean we work directly with schools, districts, cooperatives, directors of special ed, like some of you are in here, coordinators, teachers, paraeducators, to build their knowledge and expertise around supporting students with autism and complex needs. The term local capacity really means we want them to be able to learn the process, use it and apply it, and build it in their own local community so they can use it more regularly. Ultimately, we want them less dependent on us to come in and provide those strategies and more dependent on themselves, independent at doing these themselves, doing the right evidence-based practices. And you can see on the right where we kind of reference those evidence-based practices. Our vision is to make sure we are centered on those teachers, administrators, special education staff, general education staff, implementing those practices with fidelity. That's our goal. And so we go in and support that. We are not direct service providers because we don't work for a school district. We work for TASN in the State Department. So that's an important distinction to make. So we go in and support those educators and staff members to implement those practices. We don't implement them ourselves directly. We're not service providers. Okay, so it's really a two-pronged approach. We do coaching of staff so that they can then implement those practices, and we provide a variety of training. In that folder that you clicked on, there is a training flyer, and it has all of the different trainings that we provide. I'm going to show you some of those here in a minute. And it gives a description of what they are, because some of them have titles where you'd be like, I don't know what that means, right? Well, there's a description that goes with it. But ultimately, our goal is to support the adult capacity for specially designed instruction. All the different tasks and projects have kind of a different theme focus. Ours is focused directly on teachers and their capacity and being able to do that instruction for students with autism and complex needs. We do that through using a lot of data. They collect data on students, they collect data as a team, and we use that regularly to inform whether the practices are working. And then providing that ongoing support to do those practices with fidelity. So a great example of that is we might get a technical assistance request through the TASN network. And it would say, come and we need support for this student who has some very complex behavioral needs. We would send out someone like Jennifer to that school if it's in her region, and she would observe the student in that setting. Look at what behavior is happening. She's going to talk a little more about that process in detail. And then think of what are the evidence-based practices that are nationwide and in Kansas that would be best for this student to improve that situation. Then she'd sit down with the teacher and the team and go over those practices. Here's what we recommend. Here's some resources on it. I can model the practice for you. And I'll come back in a few weeks once you start it, and we can observe it and give you any feedback. That's this process in a nutshell. That's the coaching process. The training process gives us more in-depth experience and exposure to the actual practices. So when you see the trainings, you'll see some of them hit on those very things that are those practices, like environmental communication, teaching, and verbal behavior. Communication is at the heart of the needs of students with autism. So we have a lot of practices that address communication directly as a way to improve communication and as a result, improve behavior as well. You can also see that we have instructional practices that are a little more broadly, like positive reinforcement, choice making, task awareness, things like that. Social competencies, obviously for students with autism and complex needs, social skills are definitely another area for improvement. So we have a whole training set on social competencies. And then we have basic skills, which kind of goes along the same as what we do in the Summer Institute. I'll talk about the blue ones here in a second. The last one in yellow is secondary transition. Prior to this year, we were one of the few projects that had a lot of trainings around preparing students with disabilities for life after high school. TASA now does have a project called a Kansas Youth Transition Network, and they do some work with different councils and communities to improve transition. And I know, Bert, that's been a goal for you as well, is to really reinforce that transition to adulthood. We do have quite a few trainings around that, so we still have that as an option. The 4 blue ones, those are kind of like I would call our bedrock trainings. Our Summer Institute training is open for application for most teachers. They come in and they spend a week, almost a week in the summer, learning a practice and building a lesson and materials to go use that practice in their classroom starting in the fall. It's been in ATBS since the beginning. It's probably the most widely known and widely used training that we have. And in fact, most of our other trainings, which is why it's blue and around the outside, build from it. It's a good bedrock for what we do. It's a good foundation. The autism interdisciplinary teams is another bedrock to our project. In fact, Jennifer Paxton, who will be presenting here in a minute, is our lead on that project. We work with different cooperative teams built from administrators, school psychologists, related service staff, autism specialists to build their knowledge on these practices and be able to deliver the professional development locally. Again, it goes back to building that local capacity. And then at the bottom, we are one of the only projects in TASN that trains coaches to become instructional coaches or teachers to become instructional coaches. Thank you for those applause. We do that over a course of a monthly session over the course of 9 months, lots of practice with those coaching cycles, and then implementation of those coaching cycles that we support. So that we're one of the only projects that does that. And then communities of practice. So we have local groups that come together monthly on different topics. We have a BCBA group that Jennifer is a part of as well, and an SLP group. So BCBAs, again, are board certified behavior analysts. SLPs are your speech language pathologists. We have communities. And we bring them across Kansas together virtually, and we discuss different topics so that they can take that back to their community. Okay. This is just another way to look at it from those practices, kind of as a hierarchy. The Summer Institute, again, I have at the bottom in blue because it is that bedrock. Everything else kind of funnels up and down from that. And the brown at the top are the practices that are necessary to be able to support students with autism and complex needs, and kind of where the yellow ones fall within that. As well, we focus on that building local capacity. That's our systemic approach. We have individual teacher practice growth that comes from the coaching that I described. Then we have district and cooperative systemic growth. That's from the autism interdisciplinary team. If you've heard of Kansas MTSS, they have many teams that they work with at different levels. The autism interdisciplinary team would be within that MTSS. Regional and statewide connectivity, that's our communities of practice. So this is just another way to look at those trainings and options that we provide. Here is a visual of the different people on the team and where they are located. We have them organized across the KC regions. And you can see there are, at the bottom is myself, Tyler, and Shiloh. We also have another office clerk, Savannah. We're statewide support. Shiloh is my Financial support, Tyler does our online modules. I'll talk about those in a second. And then, of course, I'm the director. The rest of everybody that's on there is like Jennifer, who's up there in the middle, if you can see her up above Region 2. And they are content specialists. So when you click the big blue button for TASN and you ask for technical assistance, you're going to get one of these ladies or gentlemen to come and visit with you about whatever support you need. They are also the ones that provide our trainings. So it's really a good visual of where we have, obviously in our large population region, Topeka, Kansas City, Wichita, but we do have people out in the Western Kansas area, which is a good thing because we do have a lot of need in that area as well. Okay. Finally, we do have online modules, and I'm going to go ahead and click this in hopes that it works and goes to the website to show you that. So let me see. Oh, nope, I have to escape. My apologies. Let me do that. Nope, okay. It did not work. My apologies for that. I will put that in, I will put a link to that in the folder. We have online modules that are linked on our TASN webpage, and we have a variety of modules. In fact, we have modules for most of our trainings and content and specific practices. So you can go in and do an online module, get a certificate at the completion, and it gives you a lot of the same content that you would learn in a 2 or 3 day training. If you don't have the ability, either fiscally or feasibly, to go to a training, this is one option we offer as well. And you can see there are some of the topics at the bottom. We have one that's called Autism 101. If you are unfamiliar with what autism is, it gives you a good breadth of that basic information. Behavior intervention plans and structured teaching, which is our summer institute. Our summer institute practices are structured teaching practices. Finally, our content specialists really focus on these 4 things. They're experts in that. We have a wide array. We don't just have BCBAs. We have speech language pathologists, we have social workers, and we have teachers who were teachers of former classrooms that supported students with autism and complex needs. And most of our BCBAs were also teachers in that realm as well. So we have a wide range of different content specialists that work in the schools. I put the QR code on there again in case anybody came after the first slide. So if you want to, you can click that QR code now and you can access the resources. I'm going to go ahead and switch this over to Jennifer, who is going to talk to you a little bit about applied behavior analysis. And I'm going to go ahead and pass around 2 more documents, one that will support that and one that is kind of an overall evaluation brief of our project. While she is able to get the help. Hang on.
Can everybody hear me okay? All right. And I love microphones, so just an FYI here. So good morning. Thank you so much for asking Beth and I to come and talk this morning. I wanted to start by thanking you all, first of all, because as Beth said earlier, my husband Kevin and I, we are parents to Peyton, who is 28 years old. And I wanted to thank you guys for being a voice for Kansas students with special needs and their parents. We need good advocates. I remember when Peyton was 4, so that would be 24 years ago, I came to one of these meetings and just sat with Linda Wilkerson, who had invited me. So it's fun to be back. I am a teacher. First and foremost, I look at myself as a special education teacher, and I've had the privilege of being able to sit on both sides of the table as a special education teacher and as a parent. And so I just wanted again to say thank you for the work that you do, because we really need strong advocates for Kansas students and their families. So what is applied behavior analysis? I'll refer to it as ABA from now on. It's an evidence-based applied science, and it's an applied science because it systematically uses principles that are derived from basic behavior research. And it does this because what we want to do is we want to create meaningful and lasting and good outcomes to make changes for those people with socially significant behaviors. ABA is a fairly new science. It was started by B.F. Skinner in the 1960s, so it's like relatively 60-ish years old. So we're a relatively new science. We are governed by the BACB, which is the Behavior Analyst Certification Board. And I'll talk a little bit about the ethics. We're governed by ethics. We have 4 principles that we abide by. And this is the BACB's definition of ABA. I'm going to read it, but then I'm going to interpret it for you in my language. So the BACB says that ABA is a science based on the use of learning principles to improve socially important behavior. I like to use the word socially significant behavior. The ABA practices, they focus on, first we assess the environment, and then we use assessment-based intervention and data-based decision-making. So what that means in terms for you and me is that we want to improve socially significant behavior. We assess the environment because I'm going to speak about how behavior is affected by the environment. And we also use assessment and we use data analysis to support our decision making. So ABA, it's used to address behavioral needs in consumers of multiple areas. The general and special education area where Beth and I work, and I'm sure many of you work in that area as well. ABA has had a big push lately in gerontology. The use of positive reinforcement for those consumers with dementia is really taking off. Organizational behavior management, that's the use in business, and it uses like one of the things it does, it's like a pay scale for those people that perform very well. Okay, honestly, you guys, when I took coursework on that, it was so boring, but some of you may really like it. So, and we do have some people on our team that are really into OBM, and that's good because I am not. OBM can be used in sports management. We've all heard of behavior momentum. When a team starts doing well, they've got that behavior momentum. That is a form of applied behavior analysis. And then, of course, in health and wellness, I have a friend who helps people quit smoking with the principles of ABA. So what we do, my colleagues and I at TAS and ATBS, most of the things that we use our ABA principles for are problematic behavior reduction, such as escape behavior or attention-seeking behavior. But there's also skill acquisition. And this is really fun because we can use it to teach kids literacy skills, reading skills, math skills, and work on their fluency. So it's not all just problematic behavior. So I have a question for you guys. When you hear the word behavior, and I want you guys online to think of this too, what do you think of? What's the first thing you think of when you hear the word behavior? You guys go ahead and shout it out. There's no right or wrong.
Serves a purpose.
It serves a purpose. Yes, it does.
Communicative.
Communicative, yes. Anything else? How about somebody online?
Chat. Communication.
Okay, in the chat, communication, yes, it is. All right, nice answers, you guys. So when we are working with educators or paras or SLPs or OTs, a lot of times they'll say, when we say, how would you define behavior? They say it's something negative, something bad, naughty kids. So we're going to go big or go home here. So, yeah, that comes from our bias. It's how we grew up because most of us did not grow up with ABA principles. Okay, but behavior can also be anything a person does. And in the principles of applied behavior analysis, that is what behavior is. This first picture is Patrick Mahomes. He has the ball, he's running, he's looking. Chances are maybe he's getting ready to pass or run to the next yard line. That is behavior. The little girl brushing her teeth, that is behavior. I'm standing up here talking, that is behavior. You're sitting looking at me, that is behavior. Behavior is anything a person does. So we challenge teachers to not think of behavior as just problematic, because what happens when we go into a school, when you guys are in a school, and I know there's parents on this board, and it may be some of your children, what the kid with the mark on their back, that behavior kid. We challenge teachers to say, don't call that student the behavior student, because behavior is anything a person does. So we've talked about behavior. That's an important principle of ABA. Another important part of ABA is the environment. And the environment is this universal place that there are conditions that affect our behavior. So right now, we are in this room. This is our environment. My behavior is being affected by you all looking at me, expecting me to say something. All right. But we also have other conditions or other variables in the room. There's lighting. All right. The lighting's okay in here, but for some people, it might be a little uncomfortable. There's noise. There was a gentleman in here earlier talking. It didn't bother me, but for some people, it could be distracting. So we have those skills. We've learned these skills on how to essentially behave in public. But think of some of the students that we serve. They don't have these skills because they have to be intentionally taught. All right. So that's where that significant behavior comes in that we want to change, because we want to be respectful of students and their families, and we want these kids to have a good life because they can learn and they can be valuable citizens of society. So some other pictures of the environment, this little guy in his classroom, that is his environment. The grocery store can be our environment. Now, when I talk about how environment changes behavior, think about when you go in the grocery store. Maybe it's the end of the workday. You're a little tired. Your spouse or significant other, when you said, what do you want for dinner? I don't know. I don't care. Whatever you want. That's a trigger for me. I hate that. It's like, just tell me what you want and I will get it. So you go in, you get your items that you need, and then you go to the checkout and you're like number 7 to check out. And then that person needs a price check and you wait longer and longer and longer. So see how the environment can affect your behavior a little bit. I would get a little bit cranky. I tend to. So that's just an example of how the environment can affect our behavior. So in addition to behavior is anything a person does, the environment affects or has an effect on our behavior. We have what's called an ABC analysis of behavior. And this is what we do when we go into schools. We analyze the behavior or the behavior of interest. And we do this because it helps us find those triggers and why this behavior may be occurring. So there's 3 things in the analysis of behavior. You'll hear it called ABCs a lot of times. So the first thing is the antecedent. And antecedent is what occurs immediately before the behavior happens. And sometimes it's so fast, unless you're trained for it, you don't see it. Or if you don't know that student real well, you're not going to see it. The behavior is what the person does. We call this the behavior of interest. And then the consequence is what happens immediately after the behavior. It affects future behavior, and I'll explain that in just a minute. I want to challenge you to also think about that consequences aren't always negative. Okay, so for example, the antecedent, I hear something drop. That is the antecedent, the noise. My behavior is that I turn to see what fell, and the consequence is, oh, the book fell off the table. Okay, was that consequence negative? No, I just turned to see, oh, okay, that's what the noise was. All right, so it's not always negative. In our society, again, it's our bias. You know, remember the show Truth or Consequences? That's
a lot of that feeds into how we think about ABA. And one of the reasons ABA can have a negative connotation. Okay, so ABCs of behavior. We have a hot burner on a stove. You and I, the antecedent, we would see that hot burner. Our behavior is we would avoid it, we would not touch it, we would walk past it, and our consequences, we wouldn't get burned. But a lot of kids we work with, they would see that, the antecedent, that hot, that red hot, the red on the burner, and their behavior is they would touch it. And then the consequences, they would get burned. All right? So it does go both ways. The lady here with her hands covering her ears, let's say she's walking down the street, there's a jackhammer, and that's the noise, is the antecedent. She covers her ears, that's the behavior, and the consequence is it helps the noise go away. So that's our ABC analysis of behavior. This little guy, the teacher's handing him the paper. So the antecedent would be he sees the paper. The behavior is he's taking the paper, or the teacher's behavior is she's handing it to him. And the consequence would be he knows from prior experience that if he does his work, then he's probably going to get praise from the teacher. He may get extra recess. The class may get extra recess. It just depends on what is reinforcing to that student. Now, that's in a perfect world, because a lot of times this is what we see. We have kids that we see teachers coming with work, which is very aversive to them, and this is their behavior. And they've learned this because it's an easy way to escape work. But we have interventions for that. The next thing we need to do after we define the behavior, we look at the environment, we do an ABC analysis with data. We need to find out what the function of that student's behavior is. If we don't know the function of the behavior, you can put the best intervention in place, but if it doesn't support what that function of the behavior is, it's not going to work. So a lot of our teams that we work with do functional behavior analysis, or FBAs. And there are 4 functions of behavior. They are escape, attention, tangible, and then what we call automatic or sensory. So escape behavior, it's exactly what it sounds like. You want to get out of something you don't like to do. Beth, what's something you don't like to do?
Exercise.
Okay, Beth doesn't like to exercise. So if your husband said, we're going on a walk at 4 o'clock, what are you going to do to try to escape that behavior?
I'm gonna find something else to do.
She's going to find something else to do. It's hard for me to start new projects sometimes. And so my escape behavior is that I do everything else I can, just like Beth, to get out of walking. Okay. But again, we've learned how to do that and how to manage our environment. But a lot of the kids that we work with, they can't do it. They don't know how to communicate that. So their escape behavior can look like tantruming, throwing, hitting, tearing up papers. All right. So then we also have attention-seeking behavior, which we all know what that is. We all have those kids that we work with that they love attention. And sometimes the way they get attention is not the greatest thing. Okay. But it works for them, and it can be in a negative way. And then tangibles. These are our students who toys, the iPad, anything that is tangible, that is important to them, that is the function of their behavior. A lot of our kids are hoarders. They tend to hoard things. And so that can be a function of their behavior. And then automatic or sensory. These are our kids that they have the hand flapping. We call it stereotypy. And it's not a bad thing. We just need to teach them how to use that in a more appropriate setting. We don't want to take that away from him. And then, of course, we do have those kids with the severe injurious behavior, which we take very seriously as well. Okay, so we've done all this.
Now it's time to put in our intervention because we know what the triggers are. We know how we need to change the environment. We know what the function of the behavior is. So one intervention that we all should do, everybody should do in their daily life, and all teachers are magnificent at building relationships with kids. And so pairing or relationship building, pairing is like the ABA word for this intervention. It's the same as relationship building. I put this up here because in our data, when we go through and look at what we recommended for intervention, this is the number one thing that we always ask teachers. The first thing we ask them, did you pair with your student? Do you have a relationship with your student? Do you like your student? Because some of these kids, it's hard. When you're getting beat up and hit and scratched and spit on, it's hard. So we have to take a deep breath and we have to take a step back and help these teachers pair with their students. They can do this. We do this by helping them establishing themselves or the work area as reinforcing. And a lot of times that can be done through play, through things that are reinforcing to the student. And that is called pairing, and that is an evidence-based practice. Pairing should occur with all staff who work with the student, not just one. Paras need to have that relationship with the student as well. And we want pairing to occur any place that we want to establish as reinforcing. It can be the gym, it can be the lunchroom, recess, the classroom. A lot of times it's just the work table. And instead of putting work on the table, we fill it full with fun things, or we put it on the floor and we come and we essentially play with the kids. We follow their lead because we have to make it a good place. Think about when you guys are maybe getting ready to walk into a meeting that you're like, yeah, this could be kind of dicey here, okay? And then you see somebody and you get a smile, or you know somebody in the room. You are pairing that area with something good. And then you're like, okay, this might not be so bad. Okay, so that's what pairing is. Positive reinforcement is something huge that we have in our toolbox, and we should be using this every day, everywhere, with each other. And positive reinforcement is an evidence-based practice. And in the ABA world, positive reinforcement is something that is added that increases the future probability that behavior will occur. So, Ms. Moore, if I say to you, I love your top, your blouse that you have on this morning, that is positive reinforcement, okay? I love how you guys are listening and you're being very active listeners. I gave you a compliment. That's positive reinforcement. It's when something is added that increases the future probability that behavior will occur. My colleague Shanna Kaplan and I, we do a presentation about, it's called 2468, Who Do We Appreciate? And it's called Our Parents. And it's about using positive reinforcement with our parents. Because I know there's some parents in here, and it doesn't matter if it's a parent of a special needs child or any child. Parents need positive reinforcement to know that we're doing a good job, because life is hard. But then when you put special needs with that student, that makes it even harder. And so we need that positive reinforcement. Reinforcement always occurs after that target behavior. So if I am working with a student and they are working on reading words and they read that word correctly the first time, and we're going to know what is reinforcing to them because there's preference assessments we can do, or we talk to the staff and find out what's reinforcing to them. I'm like, oh, good job. I love how you did this. You know, it might be positive praise. It might be a token that they earn. It might be some iPad time. All right. But that's positive reinforcement. And it's just something that we do every day. But again, it increases the future probability that a behavior will occur, and it signals improving conditions. It makes sure our students think, okay, this isn't so bad. I can do this. It's called behavior momentum. Like when we do hard things or we don't want to do hard things and we start and we're like, okay, we can do this. That is called behavior momentum. So there's one thing that my colleagues and I practice. There's 16, 17 of us on our team. We're not all BCBAs, like Beth said, teachers, SLPs, social workers, school psychologists. We all practice compassionate ABA. All right. We want kids happy, relaxed, and engaged. Am I going to make a student sit there until they do something and they're screaming and hollering? Absolutely not. That's not getting anybody anywhere. Does that happen? Yes. Has it happened in the past? Absolutely. But we practice what is called compassionate ABA. We want peaceful progress with our students. Because think about when you are upset or flustered, are you going to learn? No. And our kids aren't going to learn that way either. When we use that with positive reinforcement and pairing and building that relationship, the students are in a safe place. They're in a safe environment. A lot of times we may have to change up the environment. The lights may be too much. There may be too much noise. A lot of our kids with ADHD, when you walk into classrooms and there's stuff everywhere and clutter, that's all they see. That's just too much. We want to be assent-based. When students say yes, absolutely. Do you want to do this? Yes. But if they say stop or no, we're going to do that. Now, when we do this with students, because Brian brought this up, Brian, do you care if I reference our conversation about, he said, if my child told me no, I would be upset. Well, absolutely. And we're talking kids with very significant behaviors. Okay. So, but we want to be assent-based. And then high rates of positive reinforcement. We don't use punishment. Positive reinforcement is where it's at. Oh, I love this. Teaching a child to sit. If any little part of their bottom is on the chair or touching the chair, boy, they get that. They get whatever they're working for. And it works. We shape that behavior and it takes time, but it works. And it's fun to do. And the best part is seeing teachers be successful when they learn how to do this. So the fourth thing that we do as part of applied behavior analysis is we have to have the data. We have to take it and we have to analyze it. And this is just an example graph. And on the left is occurrences of pinching. And then on the bottom, you'll see, looks like 3 weeks of data. So the first line graph is our baseline. We're going to take about 5 days of baseline data. And we want it to, it's not going to be straight, it's not going to be perfect, but if our data points were like all over the place, we probably wouldn't put in an intervention yet. Then November 5th, that line, that's called a phase line or an intervention change line, that's where we put in the intervention. And when that intervention was put in, you can see through the course of that week how that student's pinching behavior decreased. And then the next week as well. The beauty of data, it doesn't show any emotion. It's just a dot on a page. But you get so much information from that. A lot of teachers are scared of data, but it's because they haven't learned how to take it and they think it's something that they have to take all day. This was taken at the same time every day for 2 weeks, I guess 3 with baseline. But it can be simple and it doesn't have to be complex or hard. Data is a beautiful thing to show parents. And what I love to see about data when it's working is that the teachers, their confidence, it raises. They're like, oh my gosh, I did this. And I'm like, yes, you did. And that's positive reinforcement. Yeah, Beth, go ahead.
So Jennifer had mentioned earlier, and I'm going to come up so that I can speak into this. Jennifer had mentioned earlier about behavior momentum, and I liked her point. I can just talk towards that. Can you all hear me on the Teams? I think so. Yes, thank you. We want teachers to have that momentum too. Mm-hmm. This data gives them the opportunity to have what we call success momentum. When they see that it's working, they're more willing to keep doing it. And that's what's important about evidence-based practices and data, is that we need to see it working for them to keep doing it. We also need them to understand that it may take some time to see it working. The data helps you to see that. Because if you look at 11.7 versus 11.5, it's gone down. It's not gone down a lot, but it's gone down. That's going to hopefully engage that teacher to keep doing it. And then seeing the trajectory continue keeps that success momentum in play. It also reinforces with data that if it's not moving, we know we need to try something different over a period of time. At what point does it show us we need to do something different? So data helps to engage our teachers.
Mhm.
I think that's important.
Yes,
Thank
thank
you.
you, Beth. And the last thing I will say about this is if there is no change in behavior and behavior continues to increase when we want it to decrease, then that helps us too. We take a look at it and we look at like, okay, what's going on? Are we doing the intervention with fidelity? Is there something in the environment that we're missing? It's not punitive. Absolutely. Data has no emotion. It just tells a story and it helps us to analyze where to go next. So I talked earlier about the BACB. They are the Behavior Analyst Certification Board. They establish and set those professional standards for behavior analysts, BCABAs, and RBTs, which are registered behavior technicians. And we are running into more RBTs in schools. And they're also there to protect the consumers because you guys, we've all seen it in the news. ABA's gotten a bad rap in the last few years. And if you were one of those consumers or one of those parents that happened, I am so sorry because ABA is such a good thing if it's done correctly. And there are those people out there that for some reason or another, they are not doing it correctly. And we are bound by an ethics code, and this is set forth by the BACB. My colleagues and I take this very, very, very seriously because, you know, what if this was our child? Well, it was my child at one time, but we always want to do the principles of ABA because it benefits others. And we want to make sure that we are benefiting others. We treat others with dignity and respect. We behave with integrity. You know, the hardest part about when you walk into a school is somebody says, what do I do? And it took me a long time, but my colleagues and I, we say, well, I don't know. Let's figure this out together. Okay? Because we don't know. And I can't just come up with something to make someone feel better. We have to do an observation and we have to put all these things into play. And then we want to make sure that we ensure everyone's competence that we're working with, parents, teachers, our colleagues. And the first core principle is do no harm. And that is really, really important, is that we do no harm. Okay, so what questions do you have for Beth and I? And no question is a silly question. Or if you have a comment, that's great too. If you have a comment of positive reinforcement, that's great.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, she's coming around.
I like the old school ABA stuff, I'm just saying. And I like data.
Yeah,
I like
yeah.
collecting data. This is just great stuff.
Thank you.
It's positive.
Thank you.
I think one of my key takeaways from your presentation and really just getting to know more graphically about your team is that there are principles of ABA that you don't have to be a BCBA to implement. And I think that's a common misconception that is also causing some difficulty, you know, within the school setting. There are lots of professionals that can be trained in the principles of ABA and help students very successfully manage their behavior without that BCBA credential. And so I appreciate
Absolutely.
you calling attention to that and explaining the variety of expertise that's on your team.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. We do a lot of training with ABA principals that teachers take back to the classroom, and they're like, we didn't even know this was ABA. And we're like, yeah, absolutely. So yes, you do not have to be. Now, if there was an intervention put in that required a little more knowledge, perhaps, then that needs to be done under the tutelage of a BCBA. But yeah, I love your comments. Thank you.
And I'll add a thought to that. Yes, we do have quite a diverse team, and that's why. But what's important about the idea of ABA is that, yes, those principles of function, antecedent, behavior, communication, consequence, all of that, those are things that we make sure teachers know how to implement. And every one of the BCBAs on our team was a teacher first, and they were implementing those practices prior to becoming a BCBA. The important aspect of a BCBA is that they can come in and add support to implementing those practices well. Whereas sometimes in schools, they don't have those resources at their disposal to do that at easy disposal. So that's where a BCBA is helpful. It adds another layer of support, especially around the data. I think that's the thing that when I think of a BCBA, and I think of the other people on my team who are not BCBAs, understanding data and how to use it and what it does for you is definitely something that we bring to the table that a lot of teachers struggle with. So that's an important aspect of our team's knowledge and different consultants that work with school districts around behavior.
And data is scary. When I taught, I was like, oh, I don't know how to do this. But once I learned it, and it wasn't so scary and it wasn't so hard. And one other thing Beth reminded me of that I was going to say is that I utilize our SLPs so much because so many of our kids have communication challenges and they are the experts in that area. And it's like, okay, what do you think if? And so that's the beauty of, we can call each other. It's just a wonderful thing to have. And I was going to say something else and I lost it, but it's okay.
It'll come back.
Did you have a question?
Okay. Do you want? Okay, go next. And we'll go.
Oh, sorry, Lindsay.
Go ahead.
So I was just going to say that the supports and the training and all of that you provide is invaluable. But as a co-op director, what is probably the most impactful thing for me or important thing for me is being able to contact somebody that's not me. So like Shanna has been into my co-op more this year than she has in my previous 7.
Yes.
And bless her. So, but a lot of it may be the same thing I'm saying, but it's nice to have another source.
Absolutely.
That's really same page, same topic, best for kids, right? Like that's all of our main goal is what's best for kids. And I mean, I'd love to say my staff hang on every word that I say, but the fact is sometimes just like your kids at home, you got to find someone else to tell them that.
Yeah.
And so I love when they come in and say the same thing I am. And I'm like, but it's still, that's just a piece of what you guys do. This is the background and the foundation, but the fact that you have the availability to send people out into systems and really observe and get to know that system is what I think truly finds its success.
It's the best part of the job.
Yes.
Being in schools, best part.
And to piggyback on that, our project is one of the few that does that much work directly with teachers and in the schools. In fact, we're the only project that works directly with students. So that's an important aspect. We become that extra resource, just like you said, to reinforce what administration, what master teachers are already saying. And sometimes teachers really are misunderstand what that is and are unsure how to implement it. So we add another layer of resource to that. But yes, we are the only project that works directly with students. Also, one of the few projects that works directly with teachers on practices like that.
As a SPED teacher, I left the classroom 3 years ago.
That is a great question. So the typical process to request technical assistance is to be able to go into the TASN webpage, and I'm going to pull that up here in a second. And there's a button that says request assistance. And so Possibly, as a teacher, you may not have been aware of that because it wasn't provided to you by your local administration. Right. So my best thought for you is when I pull that website up is to make sure that that gets distributed. It is on our information. And in fact, I believe that it's on one of the slides, the first slide, it has our website. That's something we need to get out there. The more that we communicate to directors that this is an option, the better they will be at communicating to their staff it's an option. On the flip side of that, if a teacher makes a request through that blue button request, our first step is to communicate with a director like Lindsay and say, hey, we've received this request from a staff member. What is your first step to respond to that? We need to respond as well. So we don't want to inhibit teachers from requesting, but we also want to reinforce that there are local resources that should be at their disposal as well. So the best way to get the word out is for all of us to push that website. And I'm going to pull it up here right now.
While she does that, I was just going to say that's exactly how it works for us. Is typically I'm the one that requests or will say to a team that is struggling, hey, we have another resource. Are we ready? Have we exhausted all of our options? And are we ready to call them in? I will say that for the first time I've hit this wall. Well, there's a lot of paperwork. And I kind of giggle because you want help, but you don't want to do any more work. And so I also feel like, and I've let some paperwork go to Shanna that was subpar. And I think that's also telling for her where the team is at. So there's a lot of different layers you can read and gather a lot of information from along the way.
Just call Shanna. Next time, don't even do the blue button, just call her.
So I had two things. First, when Lindsay was saying it's reinforcing to hear it from another person and not necessarily your SPED director. As a teacher, I was able to push the blue button, and that's been 9 years ago. But it was also reinforcing for the educational staff to hear they are doing something right, but this is a piece you could tweak to document it better so you can get buy-in with your administration. That was my compliment and the piggyback off hers. But I also want you to know I get calls from the field asking, okay, so do they just work with autism? Because it also says tertiary behaviors. So when I have tier 3 behaviors that are really big, and I tell people, yes, but I wanted you guys to address that.
Yeah. So by and large, the students that we tend to get this big blue button request, and by big blue button, I mean that button there that says request assistance. This is the TASN website. Okay, so all of the TASN projects are on here. You can see at the top that there's 4 menu buttons. TASN projects is the 4th one. I'll go ahead and click that here in a minute and show you where our site and information is. But if a teacher, a staff member, a parent, we do get parent assistance, a director, a coordinator, a BCBA has a request for assistance, they can go here. And they click that and it's generated to us if it's related to autism. So that gets to my next point that Trish brought up. We tend to get, when we get TA requests, it's primarily for students with an autism diagnosis. However, we also have the term and complex needs that get at that tertiary behavior supports concept. There are students that are not identified with autism that do have those complex behavioral needs. Typically, they do have some other diagnosis like intellectual disability and so forth. But we do have resources to address them because the evidence-based practices that work for students with autism actually work for a lot of kids. They tend to be just good practices. They just need to be done very systematically and very structured in their intent, which often is the piece that we introduce to staff members when they're working with that. But yeah, we go in and students may not have an autism diagnosis, but they do have behavioral needs and we support that. So when we get those requests, we do provide support for that.
Because evidence-based practices work for all kids.
Absolutely. That's one of my best statements as well. Thank you, Jennifer. I usually say this is a good practice for students with disabilities, but really it's just a good practice for all kids. I tended to do that when I used to be an MTSS trainer, so I worked on the Kansas MTSS project. Then most recently, I worked nationwide doing MTSS work for a company called WestEd before I came back to Tassin. And one of the big things I would promote is instructional practices. And when I'd say this is a practice for students with autism or behavioral needs, or a student who's EL, if you use that with your whole class, it's actually a really good practice for a lot of kids. There are kids who have some of those same needs, but they may not be as significant. So good evidence-based practices are just really good instruction. Okay, any other questions? Go ahead.
I have a quick question. Do you collaborate with
Yes,
higher ed?
with higher ed. Okay, thank you. The question was, do we collaborate with higher ed? Yes, in fact, on our team, we have a provider from Pitt State University who does the autism certificate program and the autism master's program, Dr. Terry Cooper Swanson. She is on our team. She leads our work on webinars. We do have a piece of webinars, and I'll pull that up here. You want to pull up our website, our Tassin, go to Tassin Projects and pull us up. And so we have a bunch of webinars that we do tri-state because we have a relationship and a partnership with Nebraska and Colorado. So we do tri-state webinars monthly on various different topics. In fact, this last time we did one with administrators, kind of at that director stance, like how do we support our teachers to implement these practices? That was a really good webinar. That was back, I think, in October. So here is our ATBS website. And you can see that on the left in the brown box, we have lots of different links. And those links go to many different types of practices or trainings that we provide. If you scroll up to the top, Jennifer, you'll see right under ATBS resources is our ATBS modules. No, sorry, go down a little bit in the brown box, the fifth item, there you go. If you click that, that goes to, okay, scroll down. It goes to a link to our Moodle site, which is where all of our online modules exist. So if you want to take a course on autism interdisciplinary teens, you want to learn about FBAs, you want to do the Autism 101, you want to learn about instructional strategies. Here are all those modules. They're free and accessible to anyone who wants to use them. So that's one way for you to access some learning about the topics we've discussed. You want to go back to, yes, go back to our page, the home page. Yep, thank you. And then if you look, scroll down a little bit, all of these other things under ATBS resources that are indented, those are all various different resources around those practices. We have things like instructional practice strategies, social competencies, structured teaching, which is what we do in our Summer Institute. So all of our trainings have resources associated with them, and they're all linked in here. So nothing that's on here requires a payment of any kind. It's all free and accessible. I would say that the best way to implement these things, though, is to take a training and or to get coaching from one of our staff members on how to implement it properly. Because you can get lost in resources, right? You can get lost, or you can pull the wrong one. It could be like 3 pages in and you're implementing that part, but you didn't do the pre-work. So having that coaching and the training to really know how to do it properly and with fidelity is essential.
Hi, this is Marvin. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me online.
Yes, thank you, Marvin.
Okay, great. Hey, I just want to thank you for this presentation. I think I first got introduced to ABA probably 18 years ago, and I'm glad to see it move towards the more compassionate side.
Yes.
As someone who actually is a special ed teacher in an autism-focused classroom, I can't imagine doing teaching any other way. I was able to did some of my work at Pitt State with Dr. Swanson, and then was able to do some of your programs and worked with Lori Holt a little bit.
Oh, great.
So I've enjoyed it. Don't know, and I'm sure I could even learn more stuff by doing some more things. I'm grateful for this Moodle. I had not seen that before, and
thank you.
I'm looking to push that on. Dr. Moore had asked a question. I've also taught for Fort Hays their autism program. and have incorporated some of the concepts that in here. I've also encouraged those, especially in the transition to teaching programs.
Yes.
Once they get done with their program, then take that summer institute and some of those other things. So I'm pushing
Yes.
future teachers your way just to give you a heads up. But I really
Excellent.
appreciate
Thank
what
you.
you guys are doing on this project.
Thank you. And thank you, Marvin, for that information. One of the things that I failed to mention is that starting this year with our new grant cycle, we have this process called pathways. So we have 4 different pathways: foundational, instructional and communication, behavioral, and then transition. And we're trying to partner with Pitt State to make completion of those pathways to give them credit hours towards the autism and get a certificate. So we're working with them. It's not finalized yet, but we're hoping to get a micro-credential out of it for that reason, because they do a lot of work when they do 3 or 4 of our trainings, a lot of application work. It's applied behavior analysis for a reason, but applied work in their field, in their classroom with students. We want them to be able to get some kind of recognition for that. So that is part of what we do. All right. I will just show you a couple of the resources that I passed around. And then if you have any last questions, we can finish with that. Otherwise, we will conclude. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and.
You want to do it?
Yeah, let me put this back on my lapel. Quick. My apologies if it's making some noise. There we go. And I'll hold that. All right. So I did give you guys the brochure. This is the one where you see our website. I'll enlarge it some. This just describes basically everything we just presented about, what our focus is, how we provide support. There's our website if you want more information. It also reinforces that our agent that we work with for fiscal needs is Keystone Learning Services, which is a service center in Ozaukee, Kansas. So it's a service center in this area. There are 6, I believe, service centers in Kansas. I could be wrong on the number. And that's one of them that provides training and technical assistance in their region. So that was the first document I handed out. It just gives you a quick overview if you want to refresh on what we talked about and reference it, it gives you that. Then I did not print this, but this is our training flyer. So I mentioned all the different trainings that we have. Here are the different trainings and the dates that they're provided in this school year, this fiscal year. And you can see there's quite a few that we provide. Well, I think what's really essential about this is if you want to understand it, there's descriptions at the bottom of this flyer for each of our different trainings. So you can see if you wanted more information about environmental communication teaching, it is described there. Same with establishing basic skill sets. And of course, Summer Institute is listed there, which is that bedrock activity that we do. As well, I provided our flyer that describes a very short description of the presentation that Jennifer did on what is ABA. So you've got a quick definition of applied behavior analysis, what it is, how it addresses an evidence base, a function base, and it's systematic, and then what it is not. I think that's a really important thing to see. It's not a one size fits all. And that really gets to the point of, when a student says no to you, there are a lot of students where you can put in redirects to address that and improve that behavior. With students with the most significant challenges, when they say no, they're communicating that they're not ready. And somehow we need to honor that and put interventions in place to support them so that when they're ready, they do have the opportunity to demonstrate their work. It's not punishment focused. It's not forced compliance. And as we both said, it's not just for students with autism. It works for a lot of students. And then here is a little more of a description of what is behavior and what is ABA used to teach. There are also some other links embedded in here that you might want to look at. I have tried these. Most of them work. I think a few of them might be broken. So forewarning on that one that maybe not all of the links work. And that was the main thing. And then, of course, I gave you the slides for our presentation. I did want to show you, let me go to our folder for that. I passed around let me go to this, I passed around our evaluation
document. So every year, one of our other projects within, there is, make sure I get the right one. I think that's it. Yes. One of our other projects in Tassin is the evaluation project. And what they do is they come at our trainings and our coaching opportunities, and they evaluate our process and give us feedback on how well we're doing high quality professional development. That is their role. It's called Tassin Evaluation. It is a project on the Tassin site, and you can see this particular document on their site as well. And then each year they go through all the data that's submitted from trainings, from our contacts with you, as providers, and all of the information, and they analyze it and produce a response that tells us how well we're doing. So the brief that I presented to you and gave you is this one, and it's on the screen as well. And it's quite wordy. They try to get everything on one page, so it's a little over the top in terms of wordiness, but it does give you a general sense of what we do each year and how much we impact the communities. And you can see, I believe this one has a map, and you can see that the ones in blue, the sections in blue, the counties in blue, all have an autism interdisciplinary team that supports that county. There are only, I think, 15 counties that don't have an AIT. And so remember, the autism interdisciplinary team is a local council, a local group that we support, that is someone you can go to right away, like Lindsay was saying, to address some of your professional development and training needs. And most of the communities in Kansas have that. And you can see various different responses on that as well. So this is a good way to just get a snapshot of what we do and the impact that we're making. All right. Bert, do you have anything else you want us to touch on specifically?
No, I think you covered the material extremely well. I'm going to see what Lane has to say.
Oh, thank you. Sorry,
Yeah,
another
no,
question.
you're
Go for
fine.
it. Yes.
Not really a question, but just maybe a statement, comment. Just can't keep my mouth shut.
I love
So I think it's important to recognize that there is some communication that has been shared with the state board regarding all students with autism need ABA, giving the impression that only outside agencies have the expertise to provide that support. And I hope that what the council and those online have taken away from your presentation today is that there is a lot of capacity within our school districts to address the behaviors that we see every day. And when we are stretched thin, that there is a resource, a free resource of trained educators with no purpose other than supporting students in schools.
Absolutely.
And so I just wanted to thank you for the work that you do, and thank you for sharing the information that you've shared today.
Thank you. That's a great way to kind of conclude the thinking. Yes, we do have a wide array of resources, and looking at that map, the school districts do too. And I think that's really important to acknowledge, is that there's a lot of people out there with knowledge around how to support students who have complex behavioral needs. Thank you for reinforcing that. Excellent. All right. I'll go ahead and turn this off, I think, maybe, or I'll just give it back to you. And then I'll disconnect. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I'll be here for another. I need to leave by, I think, 11, because we have another meeting. I think Jennifer does have another appointment she needs to see.
I was going to share, if you use one of these handheld microphones, you push the button once, green light will come on, then you can speak. If you hold the button, it will shut off.
Thank you, Bert. Okay, we do have a quorum now, so we're going to jump back to our approval of the agenda and the minutes. So first off, are there any changes to the agenda other than what we've already changed this morning? Okay, seeing and hearing none, I would take a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion by Autumn and a second by Brooke Moore. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, I don't know, can you see enough online, or do we need, thank you, Marvin. Yep. Okay, Jennifer, thank you. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, we also need to take a look at our minutes from the November meeting. Go ahead, Marvin.
Oh, yes, this is a comment regarding the autism presentation. Do you want to wait until we finish this minutes first?
You can go ahead, Marvin. It's okay.
Okay. Hey, I want to echo that last comment that was presented about some, I think, information that's not fully formulated that was probably presented to several members of the state board. As a special education teacher in a structured learning class and hearing from other teachers around the state in the field who I have the privilege of instructing, I do think we have a large capacity and we are building capacity, and there are plenty of avenues for our people to be trained in the state and have those resources available to them. I am wondering if it would be helpful if SEAC were to draft a letter stating this fact and present it to the state board in some time in the future. And wonder if there's some good discussion that might be talked about that, just to show that we are aware that there is a need, but we've also been addressing it over the last decade.
Thank you, Marvin, for that. I think we probably have some opportunity maybe this afternoon or tomorrow on the agenda and some of our just other report out periods that we could maybe visit about that tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions or corrections to the November minutes? Okay, seeing and hearing none, I take a motion to approve the minutes. I've got a motion by Brooke Moore. I've got a second by Lindsay Graff. Sorry, Rebecca. Any further discussion or questions? Okay, all those in favor of approving the minutes, please raise your hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, so we're moving a little bit ahead of schedule. So my thought is that we will go ahead and do our break, and then we can see if Frank is here, and if not, we'll move on to you and Brian. Does that sound okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
Also, as far as Marvin's question, Marvin, if you could draft some language that you think needs to be included for the group to look at, that would be very helpful.
Okay, I'll go ahead and bring that up when I'm in person tomorrow then. And I'll probably
Thanks,
send
Marvin.
it to you before I leave tonight. Thanks.
That'll be great. Okay, we'll do a 15-minute break. So 10:22 plus 15 would be 37. So we'll see you back in 15 minutes.
I can't do that.
Is everyone online able to hear us? Oh. Yes. Okay. We've got some feedback happening here, but we're going to move on to SPP APR with Brian Dempsey, assisted by Bert Moore. We're actually going to have Frank Harwood if he's ready. Just walked in. So we're going to do a legislative update. We'll give him a second to get settled. You do have to wear a microphone. So it's on.
Okay.
Can you kind of see on the screen where you are relative to the camera?
Yes, then do I have a remote of some kind? There we go. Brian's got it. All right. And then is any trying to figure out where the front of the room is. So we can do that.
Yep, that keeps you in the camera.
Okay, there we go. All right. So when Bert asked me to present, it's like on the legislative update, it's the second day of the legislative session. So didn't know what to update. So I put together a bunch of different things, and I'm happy just to take questions and kind of figure out what kinds of things you want to talk about. First part, just to let everybody know is that, so this is the second day of the session. It started yesterday. Tonight is the State of the State address, which is actually kind of early, but we already have hearings going on today. For example, the budget for the Kansas School for the Blind has a hearing this afternoon that we'll be at, and Kansas School for the Deaf is tomorrow. So those will be moving right along. This is the second year of a biennium. That's important because bills that were introduced last year, as long as they didn't die, which means you have to get to a certain point and don't make it through the floor. But if it got introduced into committee, even if it got passed by a committee, it could still be alive. And so if you're paying attention to bills and one just like pops up, it has a much lower number. It's from last year. That's just how the things work. In education, we have about 68 carryover bills and 5 pre-filed bills. We actually have 11 new bills. I put this together before this morning. So there are 11 new bills that we're looking at as related to education. So some examples of some carryovers that we'll talk about is House Bill 2203. It's specifically related to special education in that it would add fetal alcohol syndrome to the definition of other health impaired. This is exactly what they did with dyslexia before. I don't need to explain to you that if a student suffers from fetal alcohol syndrome and it is getting in the way of their ability to get a free and appropriate education, they would already be probably under other health impaired unless it fit another definition anyway. So similar to dyslexia, it doesn't really change much about what we do. It just says this is one other thing that could happen. So that's today. There's also that is on Thursday. Okay. Tomorrow, the House is hearing a bill about authorizing school districts to be able to hire chaplains or take chaplain volunteers. They could already do that if they wanted to. Those are kind of there. Some of the other ones from last year that got a lot of conversation. There was one about a tax credit for people that had students that not attending public school. There was some about accreditation. There was one about sex offenders not being allowed on school property, which actually could have an impact on IEP meetings. If the sex offender is a parent, you may have to have the IEP meeting not on school property. That actually made it through conference committee. It just kind of ran out of time. It seemed like it was going through. There are a couple other ones that were like that you'll probably see move fairly quickly. Some other ones, there'll be bills of those 68, there'll be bills that never get a hearing in 2 years. And some of them keep coming up over and over. One of the bills that got introduced again this year that has been introduced many times is that you can't start school until after Labor Day. I don't know that anything will happen to it. It's not an uncommon bill to have come up. Just any questions about, really what I was going to talk about for specific bills, any bills that people had questions about that you want? So that is, that has a hearing on Thursday in the Senate, and then there's a companion bill in the House that has a hearing on Friday. What that bill does is it requires school districts to have a policy, and both bills are the same on this part, that prohibits the use of cell phones during what they call instructional time, but they include lunch and passing periods and instructional time, which we'd like for them to, we're going to talk to them about, can you change that? Because that should be school day instead of instructional time. If you only mean instructional time, that's there. It's important to note there are exceptions for IEPs or health plans if it's needed for that. So that can be written in as needed. We always caution districts in that case, make sure that is really needed in the IEP. We get a lot of folks that try to get things in IEPs that may or may not be needed because they're trying to get around something else. So just have to be aware of that. In most cases, those are probably already in IEPs, just be looking at new ones. The other thing that it does is it prohibits school employees from communicating with students via social media for official school business. Some of that argument is about students say, well, I have to have my phone because the school communicates through Facebook or whatever that is for practice updates and that kind of thing. So that would go away. Schools can designate a single one-way platform of communicating that is okay. The House bill adds another piece, which is that the state board would be required to do a survey of districts about screen time. So this would not be about about personal devices. It would be about district devices and how much screen time is there. So it kind of goes beyond the cell phone part. So that's what we know about them now. We'll kind of see what happens. I will say that I looked at some stuff yesterday. There are 33 states that have legislation that either, a couple of them outright ban phones in school by law. The vast majority of them require school districts to have a policy to do that. So, and as you probably know, the state board had a task force. Many of the recommendations from the task force that the state board accepted are what's in the bill. So that's not the problem so much. The state board's feeling at the time was this is a local decision. I will say that for the most part, that we think the districts that are having the most success with limiting cell phone use in the classroom was part of a community discussion about why you're doing it and how that works. So my concern about bills that work that way is that it's all about the enforcement, because it comes down to, in both cases, the districts have to have disciplinary procedures for violations, which that's all about enforcement. So I have to see how that works out. All right. Actually, so this is some other pre-filed bills we talked about. One about reducing the waiting period for capers. There are actually 3 different bills that would do this in one way or another. I know that especially for special education, you get people that retire at 55 or younger, and it's like, hey, can you could continue to work. What this would do is it eliminates the waiting period and the financial penalty. It cannot waive the idea of prearrangement. That is an IRS thing. So there will never be a time you can say, well, you can retire and then you can just start back in May. Can't do that. Still won't be able to do that. But you would be able to return. In some cases, it's working as a sub or even as a para or some other kinds of things that people want to do. So this would do that. Hopefully it goes someplace. But again, there are It's not the first time it's come in. I will say that it's actually a relatively easy thing to do in that there are already a list of professions that are exempt from CAPERS, and firefighters, police, and other emergency personnel are already in there. So you just have to add teachers to that list. And at this point, it is teachers, not administrators or other personnel. So it actually is defined as a person that requires a teaching license to do the job. That's what it would be. Increasing criminal penalties for endangering a child less than 6 years of age. It's not something that was a big difference. This is an interesting one. It requires school boards to have a non-voting student representative. Again, there are school boards that have student representatives now. Nothing that stops them. This would require that. And then that's the cell phone bill that we kind of got in there. I already talked about. Just some important dates. So started yesterday. State of the state is tonight. And the last day is April 11th. So we keep hearing these things about it's going to be a shorter session. Adjusting for the change in the calendar, this is exactly the calendar they had last year. So I don't know how that's shorter. So we'll just see what happens from that. You kind of get some days sometimes in there about when the bills can be introduced by a legislator, by a committee. February 19th turnaround is important because if it hasn't passed the House of Origin and it's not in an exempt committee, then it would be dead at that point. And because this is the second year of the biennium, even last year's bills will die at that time as well. And then first adjournment is March 27th. And then there would be a 10-day waiting period for the comeback for the veto session, which is only scheduled for about 2 days. So that's what they have going on. So a little bit of just about special education funding. So for 25-26 this year, there's the appropriation is $611 million. $528 million goes through the categorical aid formula, and then $83 million is distributed through local contribution state aid. So the only thing that changed there was a $10 million addition to local contribution state aid. The current law says that anything above $528 million doesn't go to categorical aid. It goes into this goes into a formula that's developed by the State Board of Education, and local contribution is what we've been using for that. Just so you know, we estimate that will cover 67.2% of excess costs. If we were covering 92%, it would require another $226 million this year. All right. Now if I put this in the slide or not, we'll see what happens. Yeah, so the state board has requested $145 million for next year, which is estimated to cover 80% of excess costs for FY 2027. You may remember this that 4 years ago, the state board started with about $75 million a year, implementing getting to 92% in 5 years. There's only 1 year that came close to that. So the state board was looked at, well, do we ask for $220 million this year? Or do we do something different? They decided on 80%. I will let you know in July when they made that, put that in their budget, it was only $98 million to fund 80%. After the fall revenue estimates, it's now up to $145 million. A big part of that is that, and some of you would know this, is that districts were able to hire quite a few more people last year. Now, some of those are new hires because they were paras, and some of that were added paras. Some of this is also some of the programs that the state board has put in place for alternate licensure pathways, where teachers that had maybe been doing the same role and something that was more difficult to get counted for special teacher reimbursement, some of those are now getting paid at a higher rate, so, or getting reimbursed at a higher rate. So some of that's all together. I mean, overall, we've seen about a 21% decrease in teacher vacancies. So that actually is good news. The downside to that, I think I have this on this part. I'll talk about this first. I'll get to the downside of that in a second. The local contribution, state aid. So we sent out on Monday an update because we had to make some negative corrections. I have a slide to explain that later if you really want to know about that. But we'll wait on that one. Those get deposited on Thursday. So that's that $83 million. All goes out in one payment to districts. Again, this is not flow through. The purpose of this was to reduce the reliance on general fund and supplemental general fund for special education costs. You know, talking to superintendents, I've said, okay, nothing more went into the categorical aid. Special education costs did not decrease, so your assessments are going to go up. This payment goes into the general fund just like any other special education payment goes, and then it has to be transferred to Code 30. So it can't be spent on anything except special education. It's just not counted as flow through. This was a conversation a lot of co-ops and our locals had before about how do we budget for that. And our part was that you don't budget for that. What you do is you budget for what you need to do. You look at the flow through or whatever, however you've done that in the past, subtract that out, and then you're down to assessments. And the districts will use the local contribution state aid that they get to pay their assessment. And that didn't always work out that way, and we had a lot of conversations. I didn't hear as many conversations this fall, so everybody seemed to have hopefully figured it out. So yeah, that's the reminder of each. Yeah, there's relative. So this is the problem with actually special education funding in general, but specifically local contribution. So much of it is relative to what other people spend, because the local contribution takes the expenses the district had, subtracts out the revenue that they receive, both state aid, federal aid, and Medicaid reimbursement, and what's left was the local contribution. And then whatever your portion of the about $440 million of local contribution is what we multiply by $83 million to figure out what you get. So with only $10 million going in, that doesn't go very far. And so districts could have seen a decrease in their local contribution state aid if their expenses went down relative to everybody else, or their resources went up relative to everybody else. The converse is also true. If their expenses went up and the resources didn't, then that can also cause a problem. And so there was quite a bit of volatility with that. It's one of the reasons why I don't think that this is a long-term model. It fit the need that we had, which was the legislature said, we're going to give you $73 million, and this was in 2024 for 24-25, but you were not going to put it in categorical aid. You have to come up with a different way to do it. It'll work for a while. If they actually put $226 million into it, I would say don't do that. Just put it into categorical aid, but I don't get to vote, just so you know. I just get to say it's not what I would suggest. So this would be the next part then about the downside to everybody finding people to fill the positions that you've had open for years, is that because the $520 million, $20 million isn't changing, the more people you hire, the less you get for special teacher reimbursement, because the pot of money is the same. It's actually decreased because transportation costs go up. Catastrophic didn't change very much. And Medicaid replacement is $9 million every year anyway. So the big differences are, we're planning on, I like this on this next one, planning on a 6% increase in transportation costs, because that's what we had last year. We factored in the same increase in employment, of increase in staffing we had last year, which is how we came up with the $29,600 for special teacher reimbursement. What will that be in June? Well, it depends. How many people, what happens to staffing? If staffing goes down, that number goes up. If transportation goes up by less than 6%, the number goes up. If it goes up by more than 6%, then it goes down. So this is one of the largest problems with special education budgeting is you actually don't find out what your budget is until the 12th month of the budget, and you've already paid out and you've already done all the work. I mean, school's out. You can't go back and say, hey, we're going to reduce staffing because people have already worked. You can't not pay them. So brings up that whole question about whether, why you need cash balances and those kinds of things. So I think that's it for funding. So the revisions to local contribution state aid, we can talk about these if you want to, but any questions just on the appropriations or the funding part. So again, I have more stuff I can talk about. It's somewhat related to what we're saying, or I can just take questions, how we want to move forward. Got it.
So can you talk a minute about the task force committee that's looking at the funding model and just where that's at right now?
Yeah, I don't have any slides on that because I shared that. It hasn't really changed much since I came in the fall because the task force hasn't met since September. So the biggest change now is that Representative Estes will now be the chair because the House selects the chair in even numbered years. The task force is required to make a report by January of 2027. They've recently, I don't know if it's been published, I don't think it has been yet. They've what KLRD, the research division, will have for a report. And basically it says there are no recommendations at this point. So really what's happened is the task force has, we spent several months just looking at what does our current formula do? How does it work? What are other states doing? And we started looking at some different possibilities. And so typically all of them started with what happens, like say for at-risk, what happens if we eliminate the at-risk weighting? And that makes districts like cringe, but it's an important activity for the legislature to do. The first one we actually did was low enrollment weighting. It's important that they understand what happens if you take it away, because it is a huge, I mean, low enrollment weighting is a really big part of the budget for small districts. High enrollment weighting, it's a little different because it's the same for anybody over 1622. You could actually eliminate that, make adjustments to low enrollment, put the money in the base, and you just get rid of a weighting. So those are the kinds of things we talked about. Did the same thing for ELL and for at-risk. Some of the things we talked about for at-risk is free lunch the best way to do at-risk? Well, the answer is, I don't know. Every state has been wrestling this with for a long time, and it seems it's the most common thing that people come back to now. Some states, as opposed to free lunch, do poverty based on census poverty. You can do that and actually spend the same amount of money, but it will redistribute where it goes, and that's going to be based on how poverty shows up versus free lunch. And so just so you know, there are like foster students aren't going to show up in census poverty because they're not living with homes in poverty. They're living with a foster family. And so you don't capture them. And so, I mean, those are all the things that kind of show up that way. You can do it. It changes things. But again, anything you change without adding funding, some districts come out ahead and some come out behind. I will say that one of the things that's come up most often as it applies to bilingual and special education, the committee has talked about they would rather have student-based formulas, which means ELL or bilingual. There are two different ways districts get paid. One is head count of bilingual students. The other was minutes served. Most of them is on minutes served. Well, that would eliminate that and you go to account. Again, if you do a weighting that has to do with like newcomers and define newcomers in some way, you can get really close to distributing the money very similarly to what we do now. And it's a weighting instead of a count. Quite frankly, that's sometimes easier for districts to do because now you don't have to keep track of all those things. But the minutes served, you only get credit if they're with a ELL endorsed teacher, which is also a positive thing. So you're incenting some behaviors there. Special education is completely different because our current categorical aid formula, except for the Medicaid replacement, is pretty much all reimbursement based or partial reimbursement based. If you change that and go to a student-based formula, it significantly redistributes funds. And so the problem with special education specifically is if you do that and somebody comes out behind, you are now requiring that district to spend local dollars to make maintenance of effort because they're going to receive fewer state dollars, but they're still going to have to meet maintenance of effort with either local and state, and they won't be able to without a lot more local funds. So that's kind of where things are at. There was a task force of special ed directors that came up with a model that was student-based, because that's what they were asked to do. In order to do that in a way that you didn't have a lot of districts losing badly, basically, if you got back to about 92% or put in another $250 million, you could do it. Without it, it's going to be very difficult to transition without something for districts that are not going to be able to meet maintenance of effort. Does that cover that question?
Yeah, I was just wondering if there'd been any action. And so, as we talk about special ed funding and the categorical aid model, I think our numbers in special education are either stable or rising. What's enrollment looking like overall for districts and the decline in enrollment, and how is that impacting special ed?
I'll look at enrollment trends. So for this year, for FY26, we saw a 12,000 student decline in weighted FTE. And we actually saw a decline in special education FTE. It's the first year we've seen a decline in special education FTE. So for several years, you kind of see this. We've been seeing a decline in FTE, but we haven't been seeing a corresponding decline in weighted FTE. And some of that has to do with special ed as well. And we've seen increases in special education FTE. This is the first time where everything has gone down. And so there's actually, there's a 9,000 student count difference between FY25 and FY26. 5,000 of that is because of the difference in the graduating the 2025 seniors and the 2026 kindergartners. And that is a trend that we will be living with. And so what we see then is that for districts, is what's coming up with this, is that we estimate the base will go up by 3%. We've been seeing 4 and 5% increases in the base. And so the decline in enrollment for a lot of these districts has been offset by an increase in the base. The accelerating decline and the lower increases in the base are not going to do that anymore for a lot of districts. And so we're going to see a lot more districts that are going to have problems on the general fund and supplemental general fund side, exacerbated by not covering the 92% of special education costs. And I think you're seeing this now in that districts are not wanting to have their assessments go up. And that's because they're getting pinched on both ends. So, see, I even had a slide for that one.
So I'm going to go a little bit off script. So, we had talked a little bit last year with some of the things the legislature is doing about just the state of the state's finances and their carryover and where things are at with consensus revenue estimates. And can you speak to any of that and just generally, how is the state financially?
So the state, So for the spring consensus estimates, it was projected that the state would have a deficit in 2029. And that's because they were spending, because of 2024 tax cuts, they were spending more. Now, there's still like $3 or $4 billion between the what they call the rainy day fund and just surplus. So when you have that, you either need to increase your spending or decrease your revenues. And so cutting taxes at that time actually makes sense because they were bringing in more than they were spending. Well, so if you're not going to spend a lot more, you should probably cut taxes. The question will be is, if you have you think your savings account is too big, you can start spending some money, but you got to know when to stop. And so there will be in the next couple of years, that's what's going to make the difference. Are they going to decrease expenditures, or are they going to go back and go do something to increase revenues? So I'll just use an example. So the $145 million that the state board has asked for special ed for next year, the 12,000 student decline in weighted FTE is saving the state in this year about, so 35 million carryover, so $124 million. So just doing nothing, they will spend $124 million less on K-12 education in 26 than they've already appropriated. And it's $109 million for 27. So they could fund the $145 million without appropriating any more funding to K-12, and that could actually reappropriate $100 million over the 2 years to savings of some kind. So when you ask the question, there's currently money in K-12 budget to do this, already appropriated. But if they don't do something more globally, they'll run out of money. I think they lowered the amount of the deficit by 2029, but by 2930, that's going to be a problem. And then the problem we get into is when you start actually getting into where you don't have money. For those of you who have been around since like 2008, they tell you they can't make payments that you're expecting, and they lower the base in the middle of the year. And so those are the things that could happen because unlike the federal government, the state government cannot have a deficit. So the best answer to that is that there is money now. Without any changes, there won't be money later. Anything else? Said anything on the slides I zoomed by that you actually want me to stop and talk about? All right. That's usually because I'm just so confusing that people can't figure out what questions they want to ask. So, all right. Well, so I'm happy to come. I think when you have a spring meeting, I actually may have an update on what's happened with the legislature. I tell districts that legislative updates are a lot like a weather forecast. I'm really good at telling you what happened. If you ask me what's going to happen, I can make some pretty good guesses for tomorrow, but once you get past that, it's pretty debatable. So we will continue to do the updates that we do on Thursdays for districts. We'll be, get information out as we can and try to keep everybody informed, and we'll kind of go from there.
Great.
All right.
Okay, Bert, did you have something?
22nd is our next meeting, if you want to get that on your calendar.
So since they're supposed to adjourn on April 11th, I can tell you what happened.
Okay, we'll invite Brian back up.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't know if I bumped Brian off the agenda or if I.
No, we just were early running ahead,
Okay.
so we were just filling it.
Got it.
Because we didn't expect you to come.
I
So,
came early.
yeah, you did. Yep, thank you.
All right.
Is this yours?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
No, that's all right. It's okay. Joyce, can we go to full screen? Thank you. This working? Perfect. All right. This is working. We're going to go from, I'm going to take off where Frank left off. We're going to go from confusing to more confusing, maybe. So this is your annual fun SPP APR update. State Performance Plan, Annual Performance Report. So we have a state performance plan. Every year we send a performance report to the Office of Special Education Programs, or OSEP. And to give you an idea of where we at, we submit that by February 1 of every year. I think it's February 2 this year. So the end of January this month is when we will submit it. So this update is usually we're about 98, 99% done. You'll see as we go through, there's a couple data points we're finalizing this week, and some we'll finalize probably right at the last minute when it uploads into the OSEP system, but we have a pretty good handle on what the data is now. So last November, I think I went through everything, and I told you this time we're going to try to do this in a way that's a little more relevant so you can see how data should drive student outcomes and then improvements. So we're going to talk about Lily. Okay. So to kick us off, just a general reminder of what all the indicators are. There are 18 of them. There are compliance indicators and outcome indicators. 1, 2, 3, and 4A. There's a 4A and B. 4A, 1 through 4A are outcome indicators, meaning we set our goal and we try to hit that goal and we measure the performance of districts. Indicator 4B, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 are compliance indicators, all or nothing. And you'll see as we go through some of these, it's good. Most of them, it's good to be higher. Some you want to drive the numbers lower, but those targets and baselines are set by OSEP. It's you're either 100% compliant or 0%, depending on the outcome. And you'll see that as we go through. And then 14 is an outcome, 15 and 16 are outcomes. That's dispute resolution. They're kind of outliers, really. We'll go through 14 and then just talk about 15 through 18. 15, 16 are dispute resolution. Resolution meetings are if parents file due process hearings. The first step is to have a resolution meeting. This measures the outcome of those resolution meetings, not the outcome of the due process hearing. The mediation, 16, if the district and the parent agree to mediate an issue at any point in time, we appoint a mediator, and this just measures the outcome of mediations. Did they resolve everything? Did they not? We just measure that. 17 is the state systemic improvement plan, SSIP. Every state has one that they set up and do differently. This is assigned by OSEP. Ours is about reading proficiency. At I think K through 3 is the grade band, and we measure against the regular education students. We're doing really pretty well on that. And then 18 is a new one from last year, if you remember. This is the general supervision. So 1 through 16 all relate to the Code of Federal Regulations for the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA. So every indicator correlates to a federal regulation. 18 is, by the way, if you made determinations or findings of noncompliance on districts that fall in any of these federal regulations, but they were not findings in these indicators, add those down here and see if the district came into compliance within a year. So that's what 18 is, kind of the catch-all of everything else that relates to 1 through 16 or 14, and then did the district come into compliance. 18, 90% of that is dispute resolution, if not more. So when this came in, now we've set up our systems, or our complaint investigators, when they do reports, if you read those online, you'll see they identify CFRs, which is the Code of Federal Regulation. We have those track against the indicators. So throughout the year, this should be just an ongoing for us. And then we monitor the corrective actions. All right, that's the backstop. Let's get to the fun stuff. Oh, not yet. Okay. This is the background of why I'm doing this a little bit differently this year. These indicators are set up not in chronological order. 1 is graduation. That's the last step, right? But we start off with that. And so they don't make a lot of sense. And the relationships as to the students, and that's why sometimes this presentation is kind of dry, if you're just running through the charts. So we rearranged it to follow an individual through their journey from early childhood through actually after graduation. And then you can see the child's educational career and their experiences. There are some limitations on this. Some of these don't apply to every student, and some are really systems-based determinations based on student input and data, and then they're just relevant at different ages. So we try to put that in order, and then they're not all student specific. But let's go. This is Lily. She's a sweet and fun-loving girl who's been receiving early intervention services. So she started with infant toddler, and she's going to go through that C to B is what you hear sometimes from early childhood to B. But while she's in early childhood, we're going to start with a journey for Lily. So we're going to start with her and kind of do like the game of life and go through the end. And I can't remember what age these pictures are other than the early childhood and graduation, obviously. And the middle one, I don't remember what grade that is. This is my granddaughter, by the way. Everybody, you hear about Lily every time I do presentations. Okay, indicator 11 is where we're going to start. And indicator 11 is timely evaluations. So when she's 2.5, the Part C program, the early childhood program says, hey, Part B, I think we want to do a transfer. You need to do an evaluation. And indicator 11 is, did that district complete an initial evaluation of Lily within 60 school days? And then these boxes to the right, instead of all my columns, I'm just going to show you what our data is at this point. So for 24-25, this submission for this year, this fiscal year submission, we're at 99.62% of the children had their evaluation completed within 60 school days. Remember, indicator 11 is a compliance indicator. It has to be 100%. Nobody's going to ever meet that, but 99.62% is really good. So remember, OSEP kind of looks at this when they do our determination. When we come back in the summer, Bert gets a letter in June saying what your determination is. If everybody remembers, we've been meets requirements for a long time. When they look at these compliance indicators, you get all your points if you're 95% or above. So we should get all of our points for indicator 11. If you're below 95%, they take off a point. I think these are worth 2 points. And then I can't remember the cutoff where you don't get any. So Lily gets evaluated within 60 school days. And we met our requirement on that. No, we did not meet our target, but we didn't have any slippage. So remember, I'll talk about slippage as we go through as well. So we set targets. This is not the last year of this package. Next year's submission will be the last year, and OSEP's working on the new package that will start with the 26th submission. So we have one more under these data. So remember, way back in 2020, or 2019, we were setting targets for all of these. We had a baseline, and then we said over the 6 submissions, we're going to improve. We have to improve over the initial baseline. And we'll have more conversation about that at the end of this. So we did not meet our target, but we didn't have slippage. Slippage is a decrease in performance of more than 1%. So slippage is you're not hitting your target. You dipped a little bit, but it's less than 1%, so you don't really have slippage. So they really want to know, and 1% isn't that much really, but if you get over that, then they want to know what happened. What happened with your evaluations across the state? And we'll have a couple of those examples. Okay, next we go to indicator 12. This is commonly known as the C to B transition. So prior to her 3rd birthday, so indicator 11, Lily had to have her initial evaluation completed within 60 school days. Indicator 12, if you're transitioning from Part C to B or C to B transition is what you'll hear, they have to develop and implement her IEP by her 3rd birthday. There's some exceptions about if they're late referrals, but in general, it's by the third birthday. There are some exceptions, whether you have to meet this, but for the most part, the rule is for C to B transitions, young people have to have their IEP, evaluation IEP developed and implemented by their third birthday. And we're at 99.39%. That's a compliance indicator. So again, we're doing really well there. If you have any questions as we go, just raise your hand. Okay. Lily is moving on. And so indicator 6. Indicator 6 is where is she in relation to her peers? So in this pre-K setting, where is she receiving her services or receiving her pre-K education? The team did a really good job, and they placed her in a regular early childhood program with students without disabilities. So there are 3 components. So on the box, you'll see 3 numbers. So indicator 6 has 3 levels, A, B, C. A is we hit 49.74% of preschool children receive the majority of their services in regular childhood programs. So that's Lily. That's where we want children to be. B is they were in special education classes or separate schools or residential facilities a part of their time. And C is they were served in home. Okay, so the numbers should go down as you go down A, B, C. Most of them are in A, and we met our targets on indicator 6. So we're good there. Okay, so while Lily's in her pre-K program, her early childhood program, they measure how's she doing? What's her baseline when she came in, and how did she exit? And they look at 3 different areas. So this is, poor Lily was below average for everything. And they look at her social emotional skills, her acquisition of knowledge and skills, and her use of appropriate behaviors. So in 24, 25, so for this submission, you can see that 90% of the children entered below age level and 63% were functioning within age level expectations. So that first number is how they came in. The second number is how they exited for those 3 areas for early childhood for indicator 7. And for indicator 7, we did not have any slippage. We met the target for the second one. So for acquisition of knowledge and skills, we met, so that's above our target. And for the first and third numbers, we didn't meet the target, but we didn't have slippage either. So that means we're either staying flat, going up just a teeny bit, or going down just a teeny bit. Okay, next for Lily is indicators 9 and 10. So each year, the LEA submits data to the state related to her identification. So what did her evaluation find, and what was her, she was eligible, what was her disability, and we report that data, and we report it by disability category and race ethnicity. And 9 and 10 is significant disproportionality. So the strong systems resulted in her being appropriately identified, and then the reevaluations occur every 3 years at a minimum, and then this assures there's no biases. So if there's no significant disproportionality in the district we look at, then they're okay on this. This is some of the data for 9 and 10. We're finalizing this week, and we'll wrap it up next week. So after we submit, OSEP will review, provide some comments by the end of March. We have a couple weeks to reply. So when we meet at the end of April, I'll have the complete package. We won't know if we met requirements yet. That's in June, but I'll be able to show you what our data was, whether we met it or not, and then if OSEP had any comments and what our responses were. But for 9 and 10, that's significant disproportionality for identification. All right, where does Lily go now? Now she's in kindergarten, and this is the K to 12 placement similar to the early childhood. So 5 is where is she receiving her general education setting, and 6 is for her pre-K and early childhood. So this is, again, 3 areas, A, B, C. We want most in A, some in B, few in C. And so for indicator 5 for us for this year, we met all of our targets. So that means for state, we're doing well at getting students into the right environments for education. Most of them are with their non-disabled peers for 80% of their day or more. Okay. For indicator 4, this is discipline. And this is long-term discipline. This is 10 days or more is what 4 measures. There's 2 components. There's 4A and 4B, and we'll talk about those at the end of the presentation. This LEA, the school that Lily attended, had a strong behavioral support system. So we listened to ATBS talk this morning about ABA and positive behavior interventions and data collecting and looking at that. This school had a really good one, and so Lily was not suspended. The district didn't meet with all their discipline data, the discrepancy. Indicator 4 is a discrepancy model. 4 is discipline, 4A is discipline in general, 4B is by race or ethnicity. So we disaggregate it for 4B. Discrepancy is not the same as disproportionality. So for discipline, you're taking the average of the state. So we look at all the districts and what rate of discipline they are for long-term discipline. We're just looking for outliers in this. And this started a couple of years ago, and it's been about 25 to 30 districts that have hit that discrepant measurement, and then we look at their policies and procedures and their practices to see if they're okay. So it may be they were a very small district, something happened, and their policies and procedures were okay. They implemented them okay. It just happened they had a high number of students with significant discipline. Lily disciplined herself. I'll tell on Lily. Lily would take herself out of school quite a bit, and I got a lot of text messages her high school years. So we implemented our own behavior intervention system. And Lily learned when she was really young. So when they were talking about when my kids would say no, I would say no to Lily, but Lily learned really young how to get me to yes. And she still practiced that really well. So Lily didn't have any discipline problems. All right, indicator 8. Indicator 8 is parental input. How are we treating the families or engaging the families, and do they feel that they have a say in their child's life? So Lily's parents, we would send the survey out to, it's one question, do you feel that we're including you in a meaningful way in Lily's education and her IEP? And the responses are low, but the rate, what 82.87% are saying is that we're doing okay on that. And that met our target. So we're doing okay on indicator 8. We'll talk more about this later. We've talked about it historically too. We are looking at it's a 1-question survey. We're trying to beef that up. We're working with the ESEA side of the house. We think we have a tool that might give us some more feedback and meaningful feedback for districts as well. So we'll move forward with that. Okay, indicator 3. This is a 24-part component. Indicator 3 is the state assessments. So 3rd grade through high school, she does the annual statewide assessments for reading and math. And then she participates in, was proficient in, and prepared academically for school. So there are 3 components. We haven't finalized this data, but we think we know what the data is going to show. So this is pretty accurate. When this uploads from OSEP, it should match up with this. And if it doesn't, I'll update you in April. The first component is participation. This has to be 95% or higher. And you will see for high school, we're at 93.5%. So we're below. We didn't meet this. And this is the first time, I think, we've ever not met it in an area. So that is going to be a slippage statement. And we're analyzing that. So I'll have you have more on the why of that and what we think. The top 6 districts are 40%, led to 40% of the decrease of and contributing to the slippage. So we're drilling down to that level to figure that out. We have some theories. This isn't all about parents opting out. If students aren't there for the day that they're testing, they're not counted for that. So that's a non-participation. So don't think this is an increase in parent opt-out. We're not sure that that's it, but we'll figure that out and I'll let you know in April. The second number is the proficiency rate. So this is the students who took this state assessment with IEPs. This is their proficiency rate. And I don't think we have any slippage in B. We do not. The third number is the alternative assessment, DLM, dynamic learning maps. You'll hear that. This is the most significant cognitive disability students, and they take the ALT assessment. And we did have slippage in this, and I think we have some theories. We're looking at that, and so I'll have more in April for this, but we did have slippage in C. D measures the proficiency gap between the students with disabilities and regular ed students, and we're okay in this area. I don't know if people remember when we went through the pandemic, but that gap actually closed because the regular ed students dropped in their proficiency, but special education students maintain. And I think I know we're getting further out, but I'd just like to bring that up and how strong we are in Kansas with educating Lily and her peers. Okay, indicator 13, Lily's growing up. And she's got to start thinking about, what am I going to do when I don't have to call myself out anymore? So when she turns 14 in Kansas, 16 under the IDA, but Kansas requires us at 14, they have a conversation. What do you want to do? Let's develop a transition plan for your post-secondary success. And so you have to have a goal, and then services relevant to the course of study that she wants. Lily at this time wants to be a nurse. And so they're going to do a transition goal on that. And this is a compliance indicator. We're at 98.8, and so we're doing fine there. This is not her at 14. I need to get some more photos. So that's her high school. That's her senior picture. So. And then on 8, I need to get one of her mom, see if she has a mugshot or something. Okay. So Lily has her post-secondary. She's managing through high school when she's there. Indicator 2 is the dropout rate. And so this is to ensure that systems and districts have good plans in school for flagging students that might be at risk for dropping out and working with them. Lily's on track to graduate. This is a number that you want to see go down, and we actually met our target. We were a little over 15 last year. We're at 14.98 this year. You'll see the asterisks. Remember, we have 2 that are lag data. So this isn't 24-25 school year data. This is 23-24 data. And we actually improved on this, and we met our target. So we're doing good on dropouts. And finally, Lily sees graduation. She successfully graduated with the regular high school diploma, which is the requirement in Kansas. We don't do alternative diplomas. And our graduation rate is 84.3%. Again, 1 and 2 are lag data. So this is the 23-24 data that exceeded our target. So we did really well there. Okay. Lily's not done with us though, because we have indicator 14. We wait a year and then we call her and say, what are you doing? And she lets us know if she answers the phone. And she says, hey, I'm going to community college and I'm going to transition to a 4-year university next year. And I'm going to continue pursuing nursing. So 14 is 3 components. So a year out, we reach out to the young adult, ask them what they're doing. And then A is their, oh, this is wrong. This is the indicator 5 data. I noticed it this morning, so I apologize for this. This is not our indicator 14 data because the numbers go from smaller to higher. So 14A is Are you in college? And that's a smaller number. 14B is, are you in college or competitively employed? Add those up. 14C is, are you in college, competitively employed, or in a technical school or training program? So those numbers get higher. A and C are okay for us. I don't think we met the target for A, so those in college. We didn't meet the target for C, which is all three, but there was no slippage. But we did have slippage in B, which means we decreased the rate of those that are in college or competitively employed, and it slipped by more than 1%. And I think it is a couple percent. And we think it's our methodology and just the statistical analysis, and we're firming that up in the next couple weeks. So we will get back with you in April on that. Okay. That's it for Lily. We got her out the door and she's doing okay. So I'm going to go back to indicator 4. One of the things we did, remember we had our differentiated monitoring, the support visit, which is OSEP's monitoring of us as a state. And one of the things they said is, hey, you need to read indicator 4 a little bit better. It doesn't say district, it says LEA. You need to report at an LEA level. So we did. And so this is coming back to you saying when we do that, we changed how we're reporting. So we need to review with you our targets. Okay. So remember 4A is a results, 4B is a compliance. A is the percentage of LEAs meeting the criteria for significant discrepancy, and B just disaggregates it by race and ethnicity. And then what contributed to their significant discrepancy. So based on reporting at an LEA level for this year, we have 4.05% of our LEAs in the state meeting the minimum population requirements that had significant discrepancy. That's 3 out of the 74 LEAs. Okay, that becomes our new baseline. Then we need to set a target for the last year of submission, which is next year. So we only have to set one target. And it has to be an improvement over the baseline. So we have to do better than 4.05, but this is discipline. So you want to decrease the number of LEAs that are discrepant in long-term discipline. So we want the number to go lower. So we identified 4% for that last year's submission. So if you remember last time, we did the same with assessments when the board reset the assessment scores, and we had to come to you and say it's going to create new data. We have to set new targets. So I think we did the last 2 submissions for targets. We have to do that for indicator 4 for 1 year. So the proposal for indicator 4A is 4%. 4B is a compliance indicator. It's always going to be 100%. So, or 0%, sorry. So and this is the rationale. We just don't have enough data. We have to show an improvement. And just like the assessment data, we just went barely above to show that improvement over the new baseline. So that is an ask of the council for input on that today. So I think that's it. Yep.
Okay, so what you need is an action, a motion just to approve that. Can you bring that slide back up, Brian?
Oh.
Okay, so this one. All right, so the request is to set the target for 4A at 4%. Anything else? Okay, then I would take a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by Lindsay. Oh, and a second by Autumn. Thank you. We're going to get you today, Rebecca, I promise. Okay. Are there any questions for Brian or further discussion about the target? Okay, if not, then all those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. All right, I think we are.
I just want to report out on the last 4 indicators. Sorry about that. So
Hey, we're missing a couple.
Yeah, 15 and 16 are dispute resolution. I didn't want to file a complaint on the district, so I did not. So 15, we met our target. That's the resolution sessions ending positively. 16 is the mediation. We didn't meet our target, but we didn't have any slippage. Remember, we don't get a lot of due process. So 15, the data is kind of volatile from year to year. So for 15 and 16 over time, it doesn't tell us too much. We hope the mediation numbers increase. It's a good resource for parents and districts really to get together. So we really do push that. And I know Families Together does. I know the districts are pushing that with families as well, if not to resolve everything, at least to limit the issues or narrow what the issues are. 17, we didn't meet our target, but we didn't have any slippage either. So we're still doing well on the reading for the early elementary school kids compared to their regular education peers. And then 18, we'll have that update in April. We did have slippage only because last year, this is a compliance indicator. So we did have a couple districts that didn't comply or correct their non-compliance within the time frame they should have. But I'll have more of that in April. Those were the last 4 indicators.
So Brian, how does the formal complaint figure into indicator 18? Does it at all?
It does in that if the allegation is, if an issue in the formal complaint relates to one of the indicators under law, and we haven't made a finding, so you can have a finding on a district. So let's say Lindsay's district didn't evaluate a student within 60 days, and that showed up on indicator 11. So she's already non-compliant on indicator 11, and she's correcting that compliance. That parent was really mad and filed a complaint because she didn't evaluate within 60 days. We would still investigate that complaint and not say we're not going to because we already caught her in indicator 11, and that would be a finding. That would be duplication. We don't duplicate the data in indicator 18. But let's say Lindsay is compliant in indicator 11. She does get a complaint that this student, because remember, we don't look at every single student. We do some random polls. We'll talk about that later. She does get a parent complaint that you didn't evaluate my student within 60 school days. We assign it, it's investigated, and lo and behold, she did not. It took her 62 school days. That's a finding. She has to correct that compliance. That finding would come into indicator 18. Does that make sense?
That's my point, is that if we have a credible allegation that we're investigating and the corrective action does not occur within 365 days, then that would be a hit on our indicator 18, because we as a system have 1 year to make sure that if you're assigned corrective action, that corrective action has occurred. The same occurs for any of the compliance indicators. So you may have a compliance indicator you didn't meet, but you have to provide for us evidence of how you plan to fix that. And let's say your data gets worse. I mean, to me, that's an indicator 8 general supervision finding. Mm-hmm. So that was added last year. We weren't happy about it. There used to be an indicator 15 that was a gotcha, and everybody complained about it, and they did away with it. And then they brought it back last year in indicator 18 reporting, and now we get the fun of trying to figure out who did or did not meet corrective action within the given timeline.
Any other questions?
I have one. Who feels lost in this conversation? Yeah, I'm afraid you can hear this annually. You can hear it several times. But even working at KSDE, I think it was the first 6 months before I finally figured out what we were doing with the SPP APR. But just know that your state has been meeting requirements for 14 years, maybe 15, since 2009. And we hope to continue that delivery for the state because it keeps you kind of off the radar.
We meet requirements because the district is doing a good job with students and improving their outcomes, and it ties into their school and district improvement as well. So there's a lot of work that we do. And I think that's why I wanted to kind of do the story of Lily to show the work that the field is really doing. And it's not just us necessarily, but it's that partnership and collaboration. So I agree with Bert. I mean, we've met requirements for a long time, but we never would have met them without the good work that's already going on. So thank you, Bert.
I love that Lily connection. That made it real.
Okay, anything else? Okay, thank you, Brian and Bert. Okay, we are at the lunchtime. And it's very close. So I think we going to just stick with the original time frame at 12:45 coming back? Okay, so if you didn't hear that, if you'd like to walk around the building, get your steps in for the day, if you're a step counter like me, you can feel free to do that. We will come back. Yes, Rebecca, you can just move those arms throughout the building. We will come back at 12:45. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. I hope everybody had a good break at lunch. As we come back, we have a presentation from Jess Herbig from the Casey organization. He is one of the co-chairs of our advocacy committee, he and Kyle Carlin from Hayes. And Jess is going to talk a little bit about Casey's efforts for advocacy. He's online, so if you want to turn your attention to the screens. And Jess, you hearing everything okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, sounds good. So I'll
All
turn it
right.
over to you.
Thanks, Lena. Like Lena said, my name is Jess Herbig. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Student Services here in the Goddard School District. And our cooperative reaches Goddard. We're the host district and have Conway Springs, Cheney, and Clearwater as members of our co-op. And so I'm happy to be here today. My counterpart and my co-chair, I co-chair this committee with Kyle Carlin. And he's unable to be here, although I'm sure he would rather be here. I think he's in a dentist chair today. So we're excited about kind of talking to you guys today about what we are doing within Casey and our advocacy committee as we start the 2026 legislative session. One of the things, Kyle and I went this past summer to Washington, D.C. and took part in an advocacy event with the whole nation, and it was kind of fun to see all the different things and all the people coming together from different states. And when you talk to people from other states, you kind of see the same types of things that are happening in other states are also happening in Kansas. And so one of the things that we took from that is coming back and how can we get in front of the legislature throughout the session and not just have, hey, one day at the Capitol, this is what we're going to do. We're going to meet here one day. And then after that day's over, all the legislators kind of go back to doing what they were doing. Other people kind of forget about what we talked about. And so one of the things that came out that Kyle and I talked about that we really need to be focusing in on is what if we would create 3 main points that anyone who is going to Topeka could take these briefs, could take them with them to Topeka and really speak on briefs that are affecting special education. And so we put together these briefs. I'm going to put these, Lena, I'm going to put these in the chat as well, or let me do that right now. That way everybody has a link to them. And Lena, I sent these to you as well, that you can share out as well. So
Yep, I will get those sent to Joyce and she'll share them with our council, but thank you for putting them in the chat.
Yeah, and so one of the things is what we've talked about is 3 different briefs, and what we wanted to do is those 3 briefs talk about adequate funding for special ed. And so we put in there an overview of what special education, because right now the state currently is reimbursing districts for only 75% of excess special education costs, where the state law continues to talk about mandating 92% reimbursement. The other thing, so we talked about an overview, we talked about impact of underfunding in special education and how right now special education forces Kansas school districts to divert millions of dollars from general education funds annually. And so it affects all students, and that's what we're all about. We're about all students. And so one of the things that we talked about within this briefing is just also talking about how special education is funded within our state as well as within our throughout our districts, because it is funded differently than regular education. And so special education state funds are distributed 5 times throughout the school year, with the first payment starting on October 15th and the last payment coming on June 1st of each year. And so a lot of times people want to talk about, well, why do you have so much cash carryover? Well, that's why we have to make it through those months and paying payroll because we aren't funded at the same opportunity as what general education is. So that is one brief that talks about adequate funding for special education. We also talked in our briefs about where that shortfall continues. The state board continues to ask for more money. It was $75 million to be put towards special education funding. They've increased that because the legislators haven't followed up on that. And so we continue to ask for increased funding within special education. And so that's what the brief talks about. This year in December, the state board requested an increase of $140 million for special education funding. And one of the things is with the loss of students in the state of Kansas, our student enrollment in the state of Kansas is dropped. And so there is $100 million out there that is going to be a drop in state funding that we're asking that be transferred over to special education. So that is one brief that we talked about. But the other things that we talk about, the second brief is critical staff shortages in Kansas. One of the things is we are having a hard time within Kansas. No one is getting into, one is we're having a hard time having folks get into education in general, but we're really having a hard time filling positions within special education. Especially in the area of low incidence, but it also involves students in high incidence or staff members in high incidence. And so we're just talking to them about what can we do? What are some contributing factors that we have? You know, pipeline issues that we're not getting students into education to be able to go back and get into the education field, workload, burnout, all those things are affecting that as we continue. And a lot of districts are having to hire contractors. A lot of districts have to hire people just to be virtually to be able to provide services. And so what can we do to help increase staff throughout the state of Kansas, especially in the area of special ed? So that's our second brief. Our third brief that we talked about is mental health and behavioral support. And so one of the things we talked about is the growing mental health crisis. 18% of students utilized school-based mental health services in the 24-25 school year. 58% of public schools reported an increase in students seeking school-based mental health services. And so we know nationally more than 4 in 10 students experienced symptoms of depression in the past year and 10% attempted suicide. And so what can we do to try to continue to, at the state level, have implemented a couple of programs? One is mental health intervention team. The other is the TASN School Mental Health Initiative. So what can we do to try to continue on with those programs, and what can we do to potentially grow those programs? And so those are really the three briefs that we talked about. And one of the things that we're doing this year is these can all be put in a packet. You can put with your legislators. We also, within Casey, we are splitting this up where we will have folks up at the state capitol throughout the year, throughout the session. And so we have 8 different regions. And so each region picked a week that they will be present. And that is throughout the week, they might be up talking with their legislators about these 3 briefs. They might be talking to them about other things within their district that are occurring. And so Region 4 is going up to the state capitol on January 19th through the 23rd. Region 8, 26th through the 30th. Region 1 is February 2nd through the 6th. Region 2 is February 9th through the 13th. Region 3 is February 16th through the 20th. Region 5 is February 23rd through the 27th. Region 7 is March 2nd through March 6th. And then Region 6 is March 9th through the 13th. And then we'll continue to go up there as we continue through the rest of the session. That kind of leads us up to the first recess that they have. But our main goal is try to get in front and try to be a voice throughout the session. Because when those legislators are talking to one another outside of the chamber, are they talking about, hey, you know what, I had some people come and talk to me about some different things that are happening within special education. So that discussion can continue to grow as we advocate for special education. And I know a lot of times when we advocate for special education, one of the things that I've really tried to do over the past 2 years is just build relationships with our legislators. Just get in and talk to them about what are some things that are happening within our school setting, within things within the state of Kansas, and just trying to help them understand the difficulties that we have, because I think sometimes our legislators don't know and a lot of people don't know what is happening on a day-to-day basis within the classroom. And so trying to get in front, trying to create relationships, trying to build those relationships is important. And so if you have an opportunity to get up to the legislature, here are 3 different things with our briefs that Lena will send out to everyone. I put in the chat that everybody has the opportunity to take and have already pre-made to be able to give it to the legislators to talk through some of the difficulties and some of the things that we're struggling with in the state of Kansas. Because again, we have to be advocates for our students. And during these times, I really strongly recommend that if you have parents of students with special needs that could get up to the Capitol, talk with the legislators, because I think sometimes our legislators, they don't mind hearing from educators, but they really want to hear from parents. They really want to hear from different angles. And so having those opportunities during those weeks to get parents involved, I think is really going to be impactful moving forward. And so that's kind of one of the things that we wanted to talk about with our advocacy with Casey. Kyle has been doing a tremendous job on the back end, working on these briefs, talking with our legislators, just making them known about different things and educating them. That's our number one goal, is to try to educate our legislators on issues that are taking place throughout the state. And so, Lena, at that time, I try to keep it to 15 minutes. I can get windy, so I wanted to not get you guys off track. So if there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to spend the next few minutes answering any questions.
Thank you, Jess. Anyone here in person have questions for Jess? Anyone online have any questions for Jess? Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking some time and sharing this information and the work that you and Kyle are doing to lead the state and all of us unruly directors and trying to be active advocates. So thank you very much. And Joyce will get the information out to the council.
Thank you. And thank you for all of your work in the area of special education. I really appreciate everyone in this committee. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Jess. See you later.
See you.
Okay, next on our agenda is a review of the bylaws for needed changes. We talked a little bit at our last meeting about bylaws, and then Bert's been doing a little more of a review, so I'm going to let him lead this discussion.
Try the microphone. Testing. Good. So did you all get a copy of the bylaws when we sent out the minutes, et cetera? And rather than put them up on the screen and have you try to do visual contact and at the same time listen, I'll just go over some of the changes that we've looked at. When we look at our bylaws, the bylaws are kind of the guiding direction of how our organization as a special ed advisory council meets and decides what we're going to do, when we're going to do it, and how we do it. And it's based upon the federal requirements for special ed advisory councils. So knowing that we're working under a federal guidance document that says every state must have a SEAC, and these are the roles and responsibilities of SEAC, then that's where we begin the conversation. Our operating procedures really haven't changed other than to say that we have the function and the powers and the duties as specified by laws, and we're actually to provide advice to the State Board of Education, which Lena will do tomorrow, and I'll be there to assist her at 10:10. We're on the State Board agenda for them to accept our annual report and also to provide a quarterly update. And we can thank Jim McNeese for that. Our board representative several years ago was hearing our conversation. he missed a lot of our meetings because they were always scheduled at a time when the state board met. So we've got an opportunity to change that language so that we don't say we will meet during state board meetings, but we may meet during state board meetings. And that gives us an opportunity to have Melanie included in these conversations. But back to where I started. So Jim heard our conversations and he said the whole board needs to hear this. And so we began to get opportunities to be before the board on a quarterly basis. And they seem to enjoy our conversation and what we bring to the table for discussion. So really, we are here to provide the state board with information on the state of special education in Kansas. One of the things that were recommended to be changed is I sent the vision and the goals of the state board to Dr. Watson. And I said, is this agreeable to you for us to keep these or not? And he recommended that we change them, that we get rid of some of the statements that were in there that are no longer applicable. And so you're going to see in the document that you all received that we've changed the vision and goals. So the Kansas State Board of Education mission is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. That will stay. We'll also stay that vision is Kansas leads the world in the success of each student. And I'm so glad that word each got added in to their vision, because all means I can give all of you the same thing, but I'm not making sure that each of you has what you need. So I've changed my language from all to each. And then the definition of a successful Kansas high school graduate stays, and that would be a person that has academic preparation, cognitive preparation, technical skills, employability skills, and civic engagement to be successful in post-secondary education, in the attainment of an industry-recognized certification, or in the workforce without the need for remediation. So these are all really quality indicators of what our Kansas State Board has set as their vision and mission. The Division of Learning Services has a vision statement. The field sees us as partners who serve to develop, lead, and support the best learning experiences for Kansans. The mission, empowering passionate professionals to improve educational excellence. And then the Special Ed and Title Services team, our team exists to support students in every classroom in Kansas. And so that will be our vision and goal page. We didn't change a lot in the Special Ed Advisory Council goals. That all stayed the same. Our membership stays at 21 members, and people say, but we added a virtual position, so don't we actually have 22? Well, when Joyce went counting, she could only find 21, and that's because we do not have charter schools to be represented. And I brought that up to Angela Tanner Dean during the differentiated monitoring system, and I said, Angela, we would like to say a virtual or charter, and she told me that we had to leave the charter in there. So that will go as an unfilled position since we don't have any. And our virtual school becomes our 21 member or 21st member. So I think we're good with our representation of 21, which is in regulation. That did not change. Considerations for membership, we try to represent state board regions. For those of you that are new or relatively new, we can't always do that because we want to select the people that are the best candidates for the position based upon two indicators. One is how they represent the position that is named. So if you're a representative of a virtual school, do you work in a virtual school? Are you coordinating a virtual school? What is your relationship to that virtual school? And then secondarily, are you a person with a disability, or do you have a child with a disability between the ages of birth and age 26? So those are truly our two main themes that your membership committee looks at. And your membership committee is Brooke Moore, Lena Kisner, and Lindsay Graff. So those leaders that represent SEAC become the membership committee, and they look at the candidate pool, and then they make recommendations. And you will find that on the consent agenda was an item about accepting our 3 members. And I don't know if that item was pulled or not this morning. No one has contacted me, so I'm hopeful that that just flew right through. I described each position in an indicator to Deborah Bremer, who's their secretary, and I said why they fit each condition and category and whether they had a child with a disability or they had a disability and what region of the state board they served. So I haven't heard anything, so I think we're good. And if we're not, we'll just deal with it. Membership responsibilities, I really want to give you all some guidance on this because this didn't change, but I think you need to understand that we are Part B, and Part B represents ages 3 to 21 in our state. When we talk about Part C, we're talking about birth through 2, which is infant toddler services, and that is coordinated through the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. But the state advisory panel must, and the word is must, advise the SEA, that would be the state education agency, and the state board of unmet needs within the state in the education of children with exceptionalities. And remember that in Kansas, we use exceptionalities because we also include gifted as part of our requirements for Part B. Comment publicly on any rules or regulations proposed by the state, including those proposed by the state board regarding the education of children with exceptionalities. Advise the SEA and state board in developing evaluations and reporting on data to the secretary under what we call Section 618 of the Act. Advise the SEA and state board in developing corrective action plans, which you all are involved in as a result of our monitoring, and that's to address findings identified in federal monitoring reports under Part B of the Act, and then advise the SEA and the state board in developing and implementing policies relating to the coordination of services for children with exceptionality. So just put in your notes to go to page 9 and review those requirements so that you can support what our membership responsibilities represent. And then when an item comes up where people are like, well, I'm not sure if that's SEAC or not, then we can align it to one of those responsibilities. And then public comment, we have a section on how people can make public comment. Anyone can make a public comment, including any of you as members. You have that opportunity. We have our meetings. There are 4 types of meetings, which could be included in the advisory panel because at the national level, it's called an advisory panel. We call it a council. And then we have regular meetings, and those regular meetings, any person who wishes to speak can write or phone the council secretary, and I have delegated that to Joyce. So Joyce is the one who would get the call and alert the chair that we have public comment, and they have up to 5 minutes, and then we pretty much do like the state board. We really don't cut people off unless it goes on and on because we want them to be heard. And so if anyone ever shows up, you'll see us do that. The other thing I wanted to share is it's really hard when you're passionate about the topic this person brings to the table to want to comment on it. But normally for public comment, there's no indication of we agree or we disagree. We just thank the person for providing the public comment. And then we can decide at a later time if we want to address that as an agenda item. It talks about the role of special ed and title services. It talks about our meetings, and we did change the dates of our meetings so that now when a membership ends, and by the way, I'll mention tomorrow there are 4 people who will have their memberships ending as a result of meeting their 6th year on the SEAC. So May 31st will be the last date of membership, so that includes the April meeting and gets you through all the meetings. But because we changed our leadership meeting to June from where it used to be in July, then we changed the membership starts on June 1st. And so we're in between years, but I mean, you've got federal years, you've got state years, you got IRS years. I mean, come on, we've got all kinds of calendar years. So we can decide what we want that year to look like, but that will capture that opportunity. We have meeting norms, and one of the things is we need a quorum to make any decisions, and we're very clear about how we identify that. We can have specially called working sessions. So if Lena, all of a sudden this bill gets introduced that says they're going to take this away or they're going to do something different, she could ask for a special meeting and it'd be called a work session, and that would be the only item that we would discuss at that agenda. Public input sessions, if we want to go and get public comment, we can, any rule or regulation that we feel like we need as a group to go and represent, then we can set up a public input session where we just hear from the public and we write it down, and then we would, at our next meeting, make any decisions based upon what we heard. And then there is the public notice. So each meeting must be noticed somehow to the public, and it has to include the meeting date, time, and place. And then the interested persons can call ahead or go to the SEAC website, and then we have the address that they can contact if they have a need to know where we're meeting or any information that they want. We have council procedures defined. And then the only other change that's recommended, other than the Kansas vision and mission and the opportunity to talk about our membership and to look at our last page, because then we have our federal regulations and Kansas statutes that define what are, just what I talked about, what the roles, responsibilities, and rules are of council members. Then we have this page, which is the board page, which we had the old board page in there, and we need to update that to make it current. So we have the current board member page that also has success defined outcomes that the board looks at, their mission statement, their vision, and their motto. And then it has the commissioner and the 2 deputy commissioners. So at this time, I'd like to know if there is anything, because you received these in advance, was there anything that any of you had question about or wanted for the group to discuss?
Did see the red line.
Sorry. My question is, did we actually receive the red line version of this document in advance? Because I'm not finding it.
The draft came out from Joyce, so if you didn't get it, again, the 2 changes were, we changed what Randy wanted changed in the first page. What date? 31st. And then we also updated the board page. So I don't know, Lena, that there was a lot of red line. And maybe there should have been, but we'll all right, we'll take that into consideration. Did anybody else get that copy? Do you have it? The one that Joyce sent out on the 31st? Okay, I see heads nodding yes. Okay.
It's like
Does
yellow.
that help? Go ahead.
Sorry, I think it has yellow highlighting instead of like red lines that we might usually expect to get.
Yeah,
from
that's how I
PSD.
like to do things, is yellow highlight things. That's me. The highlight king. But that was it. And so if everybody's in agreement with those minor changes and we don't have further comment, but is there any further comment? Because I'm interested.
Okay, does anybody have questions for Bert about the changes he discussed? And I found it.
Thank you.
Yep. Anybody online have questions or comments, concerns?
Hey, Bert, this is Marvin Miller. I think this, all you really did is updated the board page and updated the vision, because I think we approved some of the other things at our meeting in November. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm good with this. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to take a motion to approve the updated bylaws document.
Yeah, and then we can add it into the notes, and then we can get it printed off or sent to you as the final document.
Okay, that sounds great. Do I have a motion?
This is Marvin
Lindsay
Miller.
Graff.
I'll second it then.
This is Lindsay Graff, and I will yield the floor to
Poor
Rebecca
Rebecca needs a
Schultz.
turn. Okay, so Rebecca has actually made the motion and Marvin has seconded the motion. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Rebecca, for getting us going. Okay. Thank you, Bert, for your work on that. All right, our next agenda item, and we're running a little ahead of schedule, is Brian talking about kiosks.
Okay. We will talk about our general supervision. So just backing up a little bit, I referenced the differentiated monitoring and support of the OSEP monitoring of us. Seems like a long time ago. Our findings came out last July. And so this is a follow-up as to what we're doing. We've talked about, so there were 4 areas. There was fiscal monitoring, dispute resolution, and data. We've talked about the monitoring part and about how we're monitoring districts, and this is a follow-up to that piece. So we'll talk about that one component today to let you know where we're at. We've been meeting with the kiosk stakeholder group periodically. We meet with them on Thursday to update them and get input further from them, and then with you guys, and then we'll probably circle back to you in April. We think we're in a pretty good spot, so we look forward to your questions or input if you have any. So I'm just going to get into it. We talked about, okay, Joyce or Alicia, can you toggle over to do you have the spreadsheet? Does Joyce or does Alicia? Last night. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Thank you, Joyce. I didn't know how to make a slide out of an Excel spreadsheet. So that's why this slide is blank, and we're just going to go over and look at an Excel spreadsheet. So what we've talked about historically with you is going to a risk-based analysis. So we monitor districts currently on a 3-year cohort. Everybody's divided into 3 years. And then every 3 years you go through that. OSEP has said, well, that's good, but you can do up to 5 or 6 years. And we said, oh, all right. So this predates even OSEP's monitoring of us, where we were working with the stakeholders. They were providing feedback on the monitoring process, the file pulls, et cetera. So everything kind of came together and really did come together pretty well. So we thought, what do we want the focus to be on? So this ties a little bit into the SPP APR indicators as well. We wanted to focus on student outcomes. So we have to monitor all the indicators and all the data. That's not the only data we collect and look at, but we really wanted to put an emphasis on outcomes when we're selecting districts to monitor. So rather than do that 3-year evolving cohort every 3 years, we thought we would go to a risk-based analysis and looking at an emphasis on the outcomes, and not all of them, as you can see, but also weaving in some other areas. And this is what we've come up with. So I took this sheet out. The stakeholders have seen the data. So we took some old data, ran it through, but it has all the districts on there. So I didn't think you guys need to see that today. These are the categories we looked at. And so you can see the maximum total number of points. We did assign a point total. We indicated all the indicators in that H column. And then you see the Y or N. So this, in consultation with key stakeholders, were the areas of emphasis we wanted to look at when deciding what to monitor. And so graduation and dropout is 1 and 2. We assigned a point value to that. Indicator 3A, we said no. Joyce, if you can just scroll down a little bit. And B, no. What we wanted to focus on was 3D. So there you can see, and we selected reading in grade 4, 8, and high school, and assign a point value to those. And this is in flux. So we left everything in here over time if it changes as we review it. And we'll get into that in a minute. And then indicators 5A, B, we will look at 6A, B, and then 7C or B we're going to look at. And then indicator 8 is an outcome, again, about parent involvement and if they felt heard. And then 14C kind of captures everything. That's why we left out 14A and B. This next category actually came from the stakeholder work group about new personnel. They thought that would be an indication of risk for a system if you really have a high percentage of new personnel. And then the vacancy and waiver, if you go down to the last 2 rows, came from them as well. They thought that would be a risk indicator for a system that we would assign a point value to. I'm just going to do recent monitoring last. The LOD is the level of determination. So as we talked about with the APR, when we submit that, OSEP makes a finding on us, which we've met requirements every year for 14 years. We have to turn around and do the same for every LEA. And the level of determination for the LEAs captures all the remaining compliance indicators. So that's woven into their level of determination, along with some dispute resolution. So we thought that would be a way to capture their risk for compliance indicators. And then weaving that into one, the others are left with the emphasis on the outcomes. So we would add all that up. That's what our proposal is to look at. The recent monitoring status, if you go to the right, you'll see, depending on it's since monitored. So if you're looking at risk base and you're scoring LEAs from top to bottom, if you add the points, if Lena's district isn't monitored in year 1, Lindsay is, and this is going to be like a 2-year process. So Lena would get a higher point value in year 2. This is a way to drive up districts who haven't been monitored. So if you're really doing well, we're going to monitor you, but it's probably going to be year 5. If you're not doing so well, you might be right off the bat. We'll go through our 2 years, depending how you come out of that. It is possible, what we're still talking with the key stakeholders about is it's possible you could still be at the top by year 4. And so what are we going to do? We're thinking maybe do more of a real targeted or focused monitoring in the areas you're really struggling in or something, and maybe not a complete monitoring, but doing something. We can't ignore the fact that you're still at the top of the list. So this would put all the LEAs in rank order with points. We'd select the LEAs and then run them through our monitoring process, which is the file review. Okay. It goes out to year 5 for a reason. So what the stakeholders are okay with, I think, and what we've come to an agreement on is running all the LEAs through a 5-year cycle. And then year 6 would be for maybe chronic LEAs that need ongoing technical assistance. But that year 6 is also, as we're going through these, what lessons are we learning, looking at the data, what's working, what's not working. So year 6 is kind of a review of the monitoring system in whole. And then do we need to make any changes for the next rounds? Am I saying that right? All right. Joyce, does anybody have any questions on what we're looking at in scoring? Joyce, I think you can go back to the PowerPoint. Thank you. Okay, so this is kind of the why. I'm not going to go over all this in detail, but why we are selecting the 1, 2, 14 kind of come together as far as what are students learning and applying and becoming members of the community. 3D was the gap in proficiency for academic achievement. That's why we chose 3D over 3A. The other one we talked about was 3A participation. And, you know, we had never not met the participation till this year. So in hindsight, I don't know, maybe year 6, that might be the conversation. Indicator 5 and 6 is about educational environments, and least restrictive environment is a priority as well. And indicator 7, they wanted to focus on the social, emotional, and cognitive development and what they're doing to improve outcomes. 8 is always very important to get the feedback, not only from stakeholder groups, but from the families as well, and engaging how our system's engaging families. And then vacancies and waivers, again, this was more input from the stakeholders that KSDE liked and thought it was a good idea to put in there. And then the time since last monitoring also we've covered, and the LOD we've covered as well. Okay. Monitoring is going to be a couple things, but one of the areas will be file review. So for each district we're monitoring, we select a certain number of files to review to ensure compliance across the board. Currently, we have, well, I'll get to that in a second. So we pull a number of files per district historically. Now we're going to look at the LEAs, and so some of the feedback before the monitoring was even how many files we're pulling. This is for a standalone LEA. So these are the bigger districts: Topeka, Kansas City, Wichita. And if I'll read it to you, because what we've landed on is proposing to pull 10% of the LEA population with a minimum of 10 records, but a maximum of 30. So the least you would have if you're a real small LEA is 10. The most, Wichita's largest, most they're going to have pulled is 30. And I think statistically, that'll tell you the health of a system. If you max out at 30, no matter how much bigger you get, that's going to tell you how healthy you are. 10's enough to tell us in a small district. So the business rules. So step 1, we're going to run through to the right. You'll see this on the next one as well. We're going to pull 2 gifted students as well per LEA. In addition, so step 1, we're going to look at the categories, and we're going to go down from, so we're going to select at least 1 file from each category: virtual school, student from out of state who's placed and served in Kansas, or somebody from Kansas placed and served in out of state, alternative schools, incarcerated or juvenile justice system, English learner, non-white students. Those are 7 of the records. Okay. So at least pull one of those categories if one of those categories is in the district. I don't think everybody's going to have somebody out of state. Then we're going to go to the age band, step 2, the number of students to review by age based on the percent of the population of the age band. So we're going to do a ratio. This is where some of the findings from DMS was about early childhood and whether we were monitoring enough. So we're going to look at early childhood and preschool, make sure we pull a file there. And then 5 years, the 5-year-old kindergartners through age 15, and then 16 plus. And then you can see the category there. This one's pretty easy. It's standalone. Each district's going to get this up to 30. That's going to be pretty easy to hit. These are LEAs that are interlocals or co-ops. So these are multi-district LEAs. It's step 1 and 2 looks the same. The number of records pulled is the same. So we'll aggregate the total number of students with disabilities. And depending on the size of your LEA, it'll be 10 to 30. Step 3 is different. The feedback from the stakeholders, it was important to the interlocal and co-op directors that we try to pull files from every district. So step 3 will be going through to make sure we're pulling at least a file from every district, because the directors wanted to know how every district in their system was doing. That's the difference. And then again, 2 gifted student records over the whole LEA. Okay, are there any questions on that? I've been working with this so long, it seems so easy to me, but I know it might, yes.
We
Yes, they're pulled at random. Yep.
That's something your group thought about? How can you guys get the students, but. Can you repeat that again?
The question is, are we pulling at random? Yes, these are random pulls. And then the second question was, have we thought about, I assume you mean in the step one, adding, make sure you capture a student who's taken the alternative assessment. And we have not, so that's good feedback. And so Thursday, we can talk with the stakeholder group about that. Melissa's here to take notes. Are you ready? Okay. Great questions. Any other questions or comments? Okay. All right. Here's kind of where we're at. Again, we're just talking about the monitoring. This is an all of DMS. We can do a bigger update in April if you like. We're just trying to get the monitoring. Remember, we're trying to get this in place for next school year. So a lot of work last fall, over the winter, and now. So here's kind of where we're at. KIAS is the Kansas Integrated Accountability System. Melissa talks about big KIAS. That's general supervision. This is, that first bullet is referring to the web-based application. So this is where all the LEAs will put in their data and their evidence, and we'll review it, and the communication will go back and forth. So we've talked to Leader Services, who's the vendor for that system, and our internal IT department gone over the changes we'll need to set this up for them. We don't anticipate any difficulty getting this set up this spring, summer tested, so we can roll it out in the fall. The IDA file review team. So currently we have 24 questions that we've pulled for file review. We've analyzed the data back several rounds, so every 3 years, so 6 years worth of data. What questions are districts struggling with or LEA struggling with? Which ones are they not? We're trying to pare that down. And so I think we'll talk to the stakeholders Thursday on how many questions we think we can eliminate and get down to that. The other thing, our supervision model, our general supervision, what every system should do is that continuous quality improvement, right? So all the data that we monitor for SPP APR through due process, what issues are we seeing, also leads into this. So the whole cycle is also about this. These will be the questions for file review for this cycle. That year 6 is also about looking at the data and what are we seeing, and are we seeing something we're not asking a question on, and then that will drive that the file review questions as well. Okay. Early childhood file review questions, again, OSEP thought we needed to do a little more monitoring on that. We do have a couple questions that we're going to add into the data collection on indicator 12, not for APR purposes, but through the application process. And it's not going to go into the APR, but it's a method, it's a way to collect the answers. I'm looking at Melissa to make sure I'm saying this right. So not about the details, but those questions will roll up into indicator 12.
Yes, it's one question that will roll up into indicator 12, and it will just ask that one question. And then when reports are pulled, it'll separate indicator 12 from that question of transition.
Thank you. And then for indicator 13, we're going to line that with the file review process as well. So that lines up for the LEAs. Those are kind of the big areas we're working on now, and we'll circle back with them, with the stakeholders Thursday. That's it for today on monitoring where we're at with the cohorts, the file review, some of the indicators, and the changes upcoming. Any questions on that?
Is there any action you need from us today?
Oh, that's an easy question. No.
Thank you.
No, this is informative. We'll meet Thursday. I think we'll come back in April, do another update, and I can, Lena wants, we can go over the other 3 areas as well to give you an update of where we're at. We did meet. Are we still ahead of schedule? Okay. So when the government shut down, we kept working. All of our evidence we uploaded for them up by October 8th, and we kept working. They've come back. We've had a couple good meetings with them. They've reviewed that evidence. They'll provide their response in writing. They haven't done that yet, but they verbally have told us there were no red flags in what we posted. So I think we're good to go and moving forward in the direction we're moving with all the evidence that we provided. I'm not concerned about the fiscal. They did tell us they hadn't really looked at the fiscal yet, but that's because the fiscal person wasn't on the meeting and hadn't provided that feedback. But there was they didn't think there were any red flags in that area as well. Most of our dispute resolution was policy based. We changed those policies, got those implemented and updated and uploaded as well. So they've started reviewing that. So they said there might be some technical things they might write back and ask us to look at, but big picture, no red flags. So I think we're on the right path. Is that your take, Bert? Okay. Any questions on that? Okay.
So what I feel like is that you're wanting some positive affirmations like we learned this morning, saying, great job, Brian, putting that report together.
Thank you.
Okay, Bert, anything you want to add on that, or Melissa?
No.
Okay, we're moving on and ahead of schedule. We have ex officio reports next. Do we have families together?
Leslie had an emergency and is unable to be here today. She'll try to be here tomorrow. She did send me their quarterly report. Is that uploaded? And it's the format that she usually does in the quarterly report. And I didn't have time to really look at detail. I don't know if Bert did. Nothing really jumped out. It seemed pretty consistent. Their data and how it breaks out is consistent from how she's reported out before, but she wanted you to have the information. And if you have any questions, we can certainly talk about it, and she may be here tomorrow. Or if we can at least, if it's in the material for the council to have, and then they can review it. And if they have questions tomorrow, Leslie can answer them. Is that okay, Madam Chair?
Okay, as Brian said, Leslie will be here tomorrow, and if anybody has questions, we can have those prepared for Leslie tomorrow. Thank you, Brian. Okay, Casey, Ashley, are you online? Okay, well, I haven't seen this, but I'll go ahead and try to do the update. So this is our KC membership update that our president, Angie Carricker, puts together. So we have our winter conference coming up February 24th and 25th at the Drury Hotel. And I think I talked last time how we're having some students having kind of vendor showcases there at the conference. So we're pretty excited about that, to see the work of the students and some of the things that they have to sell. We have a KSD recruitment and retention work group that Angie Carricker is participating in. And so we're just kind of the beginning stages of participation in that work group and learning about it. I think there's some higher ed folks on here. Brooke, you might even be on that work group, if I remember right. No? Maybe Jerry. But anyway, so that's a work group just looking overall at recruitment and retention strategies across the state. And then some advocacy and issue briefs, and those are the things that Jess talked about today. So that's not new information. And then just some events coming up that might be of interest to folks. So anyway, that will be available to you. And then I'm going to actually add on to the KC update some information that is not up there. You may not know, I'm the president-elect of USA Kansas. And so one of the things that we've been doing is working with USA Kansas on some special education director leadership activities. And so they have put together, both USA Kansas and KC have a collaborative program that's a comprehensive professional development program designed specifically for our Kansas leaders who administer special ed programs. And so this is going to be new. Hopefully we can have this rolled out in, ready to go for next year. Our timeline is just sharing information today with SEAC. February, we're going to share some information with the KC Executive Board, as well as the KC membership. And then March through April, kind of working to finalize costs and staffing and marketing information, with registration kicking off in May at the USA Conference. And then June through August, we'll be recruiting, hiring, and training coaches, finalizing materials for a program to begin in September. And so this is similar to some of the programs that USA has developed for their superintendent leaders. And, I can send out the program information as well. But really, we want to focus on supporting our leaders who have been through the mentoring program. When you're a new leader, typically you're spending year 1 and 2 in some kind of formal mentoring program for licensure. And then year 3 comes and all the support goes away. And it becomes more informal. Did you make your own network of people? And so this is an opportunity for us to provide more formalized mentoring, leadership development, and coaching for year 3s and beyond. And so, USA is a partner with the Kelly program, but not all of our special education leaders do mentoring through Kelly. But if they do, this would just be finish Kelly, move into this, would be a great opportunity for a leader. So the content is really built around the 6 domains of leadership identified in the Kansas Executive Development for Superintendents series. So those 6 domains are visionary leadership, change leadership, inclusive leadership, instructional leadership, managerial leadership, and interpersonal leadership. So those are the 6 areas that this program is going to focus on. And it's really intended for, it could be directors, assistant directors, coordinators. They just have to have a district or agency-wide focus. So if somebody is a coordinator with more of a building level focus, this is not quite the program for them, because this is really taking a look at that leader and developing that district leadership skill. And so it is a 2-year program. And so we are looking to have 5 to 6 in-person 1-day sessions per year, monthly September through April. And then the September location for meetings is going to be in Topeka. And then we can kind of, depending on participants, see what they want to do after that. And then in addition to those sessions, each of these folks is going to be assigned a personalized learning coach. And so the coaches are going to be trained and certified in some of their coaching. And so they will have 7 to 8 personalized coaching sessions that'll be scheduled individually in addition to those group sessions. So we're still working on the cost structure. We're kind of estimating $500 to $600 per year for in-person sessions, plus the coaching at $250 a session. So the registration will run through USA, and we're going to have a minimum of 12 participants in order to offer the program. So we just wanted to make sure that SEAC was aware of this leadership opportunity and this collaboration to develop our special education leaders, like USA has done with their building and district leaders for a number of years. So I'm happy to take back any feedback or questions, and I can share this informational document with Joyce to send out to the group as well. But are there any questions about this? Okay, thank you. And if Ashley comes on, I guess you can let her know that we're past her. The Disability Rights Center.
Howdy, this is I'm Mike Burgess with the Disability Rights Center, and it's been an interesting time, I guess. I think you heard a little bit earlier on the legislative update that is kind of sucking up a lot of the oxygen right now, which will be interesting to see because there's been a lot of exciting things happening in transition. A lot of work going on behind the scenes over at KDADS in regards to the waivers and different things to try and move us forward. I mean, that's hard, slow work. And I've given you good news in the past. I think I'm a little less optimistic at this moment, just given the fiscal challenges and the timing of it, because we are seeing the waiting lists kind of slide a little bit. Despite the fact that there's a cap that they should be limited. And so that has me a little nervous because that is, getting those waiting lists small or to zero is a key piece of making all of these systems and making transition work. So we still have a lot of advocacy to do there and a lot of capacity building within those systems to help, all these young adults that you're helping prepare so they can move on to the next phase. One issue I did kind of want to touch on briefly, and I apologize if it was kind of covered earlier because I know you had an autism item on there. One of the things that we have seen as the Disability Rights Center is there are some school districts that are adopting blanket prohibitions to outside providers offering ABA services in a school setting. And this is, it's a confusing issue in terms of oftentimes here we think of IDEA. This actually comes down to an ADA and or 504 issue, which has slightly different processes and policies. And one of the challenges with a blanket ban is that, and I want to give a lot of credit to Scott and Brian because some parents and us raised this issue at a state board meeting. They looked at some guidance from South Carolina and wrote a very succinct 3-item guidance for districts that the state board will be considering later today, but it's very, very simple. It's very, very focused. You have to have an interactive process, which is part of the requirements of the ADA and 504. Let's see here, and I don't have those 3 things, but they were very, very simple things. And this is non-binding guidance, and it's just reminding districts of what the different requirements are, because again, it's slightly different since it's ADA. And so this doesn't take anything away from a district's local control. It's good guidance, a good reminder that, hey, you need to look at this. And then there's one other piece, obviously, if a student comes in with a medical prescription for ABA therapies, for instance, and it can apply to other things too. It's not just ABA. But if they do that, then the district also should consider that because there may be IDA implications in making sure that FAPE is carried out with that as well. So very simple thing. I want to give a lot of props to Brian and Scott for taking and trying to really boil this down to just this one little piece. And it's just, unfortunately, the reminder is necessary. I think a lot of districts are doing a great job. we've seen more than a couple that have kind of are moving the wrong way. And so this would be a timely reminder. So we'll see what happens later on today when that's considered. But I think there's kind of a lot of confusion about this. And at the end of the day, it's a very simple thing where we were asking is the board to adopt this or support this guidance that their staff attorneys developed. To just be a gentle reminder that, that you need to think about these other laws and the different things that go with that. But are there any questions?
Okay. Thank you, Mike, for providing a little bit of background on that issue. That's helpful.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and Melanie could not make it because she's at the state board meeting. Did she send anything written or anything that we need to review? Okay. All right. John Harding, is he? Okay. So here is an update from John. He could not be with us today. It looks like he's put some information in here about some upcoming events that they have going on, and linked an administrator's guide for visual impairment. So that might be something worth checking out. If anybody has questions about any of the information, please reach out to John, and he would be happy to visit with you. Okay, we will move on to Luann Barron with the State School for the Deaf. And Luann, if you prefer to come up front, you can, or you can stay in the back, whatever works for you.
Sure, I'll come up. Really, I don't have much to report today. A lot of activities are coming up. One of the big things today, I was sitting back there and just realizing that this will be my very last SEAC meeting. Reason being, I am retiring end of this school year after 32 years and at administrative levels and teaching levels and principal levels. So now at the State Board of Ed, they are disseminating information for a search for a new superintendent. And hopefully we'll get a good pool of applicants. Right now, it's just been about 6 months. It will be a quick transition as kind of left in the search. So hopefully we'll be ready for a new leader for the next fall school year. And I was sitting back there just kind of reflecting as I near my retirement, as one often reflects on things. I did serve 2 terms on the SEAC board years ago, and I've always just appreciated and enjoyed SEAC as far as the special ed arena and the space, and my focus being deaf education. Even though deaf and hard of hearing students are under the umbrella of special ed, Deaf Ed does have its own resources and focus. And the last year, I was not able to really be involved very much. And tomorrow, will be presenting in front of the state legislature. But I just stand here today and I wanted to thank you and acknowledge you, this body, for your work, and that you continue this work because it is so vital. And just the enforcement, the board, the information, how you change, and the scope of the future of our children. So I just wanted to say thank you very much. And I'll maybe see you one more time. I hope to come in June with hopefully the new hire for the superintendent for the School for the Deaf to just make some introductions and have a warm handoff. But I'm certainly excited for some new opportunities upon my retirement. Thank you.
On behalf of SEAC, Luann would like to say thank you to you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Do we have a report from KNEA today? Rebecca?
I could wait and make the announcement later.
Go for it.
I was just going to say, I know last time we met, Anna talked about the Justice Conference that KNEA was hosting here in Topeka. I know I was one of the many presenters and I did a presentation on ableism, and I'm working on a book study with teachers at School for the Deaf, and others will be starting in the next month on ableism, but there we go.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, we have one more presentation, and she is not with us yet. So let's take a 10-minute break and see if she jumps on, and then we'll come back together and see where we're at. Well, let's just take a break first.
The other thing is if you park somewhere where you have a charge today, we did not get parking permits for today, but we do for tomorrow. And it's in the city parking lot. But if you just turn in your receipt for the parking costs, then you can turn it in with your reimbursement information and we'll take care of it. 10 minutes. There's time to run down and see the tunnel if you want to see the tunnel to the Capitol. Yeah, it's over here, down the elevator and across the carpeted walkway.
They have buzzers on.
So I'm going to actually take an agenda item from tomorrow and talk about it because we're trying to buy a little bit of time and then I'll get you done a little earlier tomorrow. So we have an item tomorrow, discussion of April agenda items. So let's go ahead and talk about that now while we're waiting for Robin from KDADS. So does anybody have any topics or agenda items for our meeting in April? Brian, did you have something you wanted to say?
I don't know. I wasn't listening.
Do you have any agenda items for the SEAC meeting in April? Bert seems to think you do because he took you the microphone.
I don't, well, SPP APR will come back and do the final because we'll have our OSEP feedback by then. I think we need to circle back with DMS updates, just do a general DMS so we'll cover everything. Those were the two biggies.
Will you have any action items?
No.
Okay. So SPP APR DMS updates and kiosks.
Right. But that's a DMS update. I'm just going to do a bigger one.
Oh, okay. So
Yep.
you're going to do general supervision in the DMS? Okay.
Mhm.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I thought get them on the agenda.
Well, right.
Yeah, Frank said he would come back with the
Okay, a legislative update from Frank.
conclusions.
I think we have talked in the past, Brooke, about an update on the Fort Hayes low high incidence undergrad program. Is that something in April? Okay.
We need to look at electing a chairperson-elect who will start in June. So that will need to be done at the April meeting. And we also want to honor our 4 board members that will be meeting their maximum years and terms. And then we'll post those positions, but we have 4 individuals that I have somewhere on my list here. Yes, Marvin Miller, Jennifer Kaczynski, Jennifer Kurth, and Brandon Gay will all reach their 6 years. So those positions that they represent, we will post and will be open, and existing members that you can only be in a position, in the same position, for 2 terms. Each term is 3 years. But if you want to apply for and you meet the qualification for one of these other positions, you can apply for it. That's how Marvin had stayed on several terms, was by applying and coming back onto the council. But we need to do that in April too.
Okay. Does anybody else have any topics or anything that's been discussed so far today that you want follow-up information or more discussion on? It's the Fort Hayes low high incidence undergraduate program.
The other thing we'll probably need to talk about is June leadership and getting ready for that, as well as the SEAC meeting in June. Dates, Joyce, for the June leadership. I'm trying to remember to. Okay, we'll get it sent out. We'll have it by tomorrow because we know we've got it on the calendar.
The SETS Leadership Conference, is that what we're talking about? Is
Yeah.
June 23rd through 25th.
I was going to say 24th and 25th, but I didn't want to be wrong.
Well, the 23rd is the pre-conference, I guess.
I think SEAC usually meets on the 23rd, and then members have the option of attending the leadership conference. And we just want to be clear with, especially our new members, so they understand that dynamic, that they would have that availability to attend the June leadership. Yes, yeah, that's reimbursable. And you'd work with Joyce on how that gets reimbursed. But yes, that's the one opportunity a year that we open to everybody.
So, Bert, since we have some new SEAC members, do you want to just talk about what the leadership conference is?
Sure. At June Leadership, I should get in the screen, I guess. June Leadership is a combination of Elementary and Secondary Education Act topics, as well as Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. And we also include early childhood, because our IDEA program covers 3 to 21. But we also will allow, we might even have a Part C to B this year, because we've been having, Brian and I and several other people having conversations with Part C, because they went through the same monitoring that we did. So we'll talk about fiscal issues. Dean normally has a session, he or Helen or both of them, to talk about fiscal. We bring up any monitoring concerns. We bring up any items to get people prepared for the year. We do a lot with new directors. In the past, we've had between 12 and 17 new directors every year out of the 70-some LEAs. And so we want to make sure that we cover topics for them as well. So it's a deep dive. It's similar to what Brian's been doing, but it will be hour to 90-minute sessions that we'll provide for general audience. So we normally have administrators there. We have had coordinators, teachers, superintendents have attended. SEAC members are invited, and So it's a great opportunity if you really want to get your baseline set. And that's why it's hard for new members coming on board, because when you're coming on mid-year, you missed out on those training opportunities that provide you with a lot of the direction we head in as a SEAC here when we have these conversations. Hope that helped.
I know tomorrow there's an item on mental health and behavior. Would you like an update? Special Ed Advisory Council, School Mental Health Advisory Council is now the School Mental Health Coalition. Would you like an update on the changes? We do have some open seats that people might be interested in filling. And then we can also let you know about the new 5 functions that we voted into our bylaws.
Yeah, that'd be great. Is that going to be you as the presenter?
It can be me or we have 2 co-leads. It's Samantha Brown from Manhattan 383 or Tracy Chauvin from USD 500 KCK.
Okay. I'll let Joyce work those details out with you, but for now on my notes, I'll put you. Okay. Any other agenda items that anyone thinks about? Okay, I'd like to just remind everybody, tomorrow we have Frank Henderson joining us from the search firm that is responsible for finding the Randy Watson's replacement for the commissioner search. So there were 5 questions that were sent out that he is going to be wanting our feedback on. So if you've not had a chance to look at those 5 questions, if you'd want to take some time to do that, if you have some thoughts of your own, please jot some notes down. But we'll have plenty of time with Frank Henderson tomorrow to get our feedback. So. Okay, and any other agenda items for April?
Only thing I want to remind you of is the breakfast in the morning. Don't forget it will be over at the Landon State Office Building in room 509. And it's an opportunity for SEAC to meet and greet state board members. So if you know who your state board member is, you may want to seek them out and just have a conversation. It's casual. The agenda is not really predetermined. Lena will give an introduction and get us started. And then we like for them sitting at individual tables rather than seated together so that you all and some of the leadership team from KSDE have an opportunity to have casual conversations with the state board. So it's kind of an eat and greet. And then as soon as we finish that, we'll come across and come back to docking. I believe it's in this room. And we'll conclude the SEAC second day in this room.
Okay, thank you, Bert. Now, if for some reason you decide to park in the city parking garage tomorrow, and then after the breakfast you want to move your vehicle over here, make sure you get a sticker for your parking garage before you come over here. And Joyce is only going to be around until 8:15 to give those stickers from the Landon office building. So find her right away, or just do the easy thing and walk. That's what I recommend. Okay, so we have Robin from KDADS online, and Robin, if you're ready, we are ready for you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for the invite and for the time together today. Yeah, so just a quick intro on my staff. I'm the assistant IDD director, so I'm over the IDD program as well as the developing community supports waiver. And our Kansas's 8th waiver. And then Corby there is the IDD waiver program manager, and Jason Sheets is our eligibility specialist. Okay. This is basic eligibility for the IDD waiver. Each of our waivers has different eligibility requirements. So ours includes being 5 years of age and older. Oh, can you go back up one? Thank you. You have to have, if you have an intellectual disability that began before the age of 18, or a developmental disability that began before the age of 22. And then there's something called program eligibility, which we'll talk a little bit more on the next slide regarding CDDOs, but that includes like diagnostic documentation or review of substantial life limitations. Generally, the comparison I like to use is autism, a developmental disability. So that would need to begin before the age of 22. And then there's additional assessments to determine level of support needs, right? Because most of us probably know some, individuals with autism that, may just need very few supports. But then, of course, there's individuals that really do need some high level of supports. So there's different assessments that get applied in those scenarios to determine if they meet a threshold for the IDD waiver. And then there's Medicaid long-term care institutional threshold, and that's our annual level of care assessment. So all the waivers have an annual level of care assessment. Ours is currently the MEFI, MFEI. And then the sixth requirement is financial eligibility for Medicaid, and that is on the KDHE side. Okay, and where to begin? Whenever we get outreach, we almost always direct them back to the CDDO. So that stands for the Community Developmental Disability Organizations. There's 27 across the state, and they are our assessing entity for the IDD waiver. So it's kind of like your community mental health centers, but it is different. It's for the IDD waiver. So the CDDO, we've got a lot of really strong CDDOs out there that help guide people through that process, because it can become, very complicated. It's a different language, all that stuff. They will require some diagnostic documentation, and sometimes there's an additional assessment called the EDI. That EDI is the thing that I was talking about earlier that can help establish a threshold of care needs. Some of the common diagnosis that we see, intellectual disability, that's generally based on an IQ score, autism, seizure disorder, cerebral palsy, Down syndrome, Prader-Willi, and Rett syndrome, and there's hundreds of other diagnostics. We just generally tend to see those a little bit more. Okay, so after being determined system eligible by your CDDO, the level of care assessment is completed to determine that functional eligibility, which also means that they're waiver eligible. The level of care is the Medicaid Functional Eligibility Instrument, or the MEFI. With KDAD's final approval, and depending on the request and circumstances, the person is then put on our IDD waiver wait list. Next slide. And it's not a very good slide for this kind of visual representation. I've got a separate PDF if anybody would also like that, but that's a map of your CDDOs and contact information. Next slide, please. Okay, and I'm not going to go through these individualized because the next slides break them all down, but this is a list of IDD services that the IDD waiver offers. Okay, and targeted case management. So this is an interesting service because it's not actually a waiver service, and it's available once you are found eligible for IDD services. So if you are not CanCare eligible, there may be a fee for this service. Some TCM agencies have like a sliding scale, or you can just pay, privately. Sometimes the CDDOs have funding for TCM, but the TCMs are the ones who write the person-centered support plan. The services they provide include assessments, support planning, monitoring and following up, and referrals. And one can get a TCM if determined system eligible, even if under 5. So let's say you get determined eligible with the CDDO, but you get on the wait list. You can still get a TCM. Okay, residential and day services. These are the services I see most on adults that are on the waiver. So currently residential supports, it provides assistance and support in completing activities of daily living. And basically the overall, goal of home and community-based services, or HCBS, is to keep people in their home. So essentially residential services allow someone to stay in their home with proper support. So they can look a lot of different ways. Day services are out of the home activities that help adults who are no longer eligible for school services maintain or increase abilities, productivity, independence, integration. Generally, what that is getting people out, integrated into the community, the opposite of isolation. Okay. Personal care services. So I know we're talking about school-aged children here. So when we see children on the waiver, oftentimes they have personal care service. So that's basically when someone comes into your home and helps you with those ADLs. It's in a way similar to residential supports, but it is different. gets complicated with billing and stuff, but someone comes into your home and helps out. And then the financial management service. If you have PCS, then you always also have financial management services, or FMS. They provide administrative and payroll services. So like if I were to hire a PCS worker, I would struggle like doing payroll and background checks and things like that. That's the support that the FMS provider gives you. Okay. Wellness monitoring. This is mostly seen in adults. They just include checking and monitoring for that list there. It's billed every 60 days. We don't really see that utilized very often, but it is there. Okay. Children's residential, it's provides placement for children 5 to 21 in a licensed foster care home in order to avoid placement in an institution or other congregate settings when they cannot remain in their family home. This is a non-foster care children and is a voluntary placement. So it talks about foster care a lot, foster care home, and a lot of foster care homes do take in foster care children, but they'll also take in children's residential kids, which means that the family, for whatever reason, is unable to sustain, supporting their child. And so they don't want to put them in DCF custody, right? That's a kind of a big deal. So children's residential is an alternative to that. Overnight respite is a service that provides temporary direct care and supervision of the person in order to provide relief to families and caregivers. Next slide, please. Supportive employment. This is basically supporting someone out in the workforce in an integrated community environment. So that has to be at least minimum wage and those kinds of things. So Children's Integrated Community Supports, or CHICS as we like to say, is actually a new waiver service that just got implemented July 1st. So we only have 1 or 2, I think, in the Wichita area. But an easy way to think about it is it's kind of like group PCS. And it's for children 5 up to school leaving age because, sometimes they stay in the 18 to 21-year-old program and things like that. And we wanted to make sure that they were captured in that because sometimes the children's, unique developmental needs, you can't find childcare, all those kinds of barriers. You can't leave them home alone. So this offers to kind of fill that gap that we had in our system. Okay, we're going to start getting to the ones that kind of are like they sound, specialized medical care. So they need some specialized medical care that can only be met by an RN or an LPN. That if it's an LPN, it's under the supervision of an RN, includes long-term nursing supports for medically fragile and technology-dependent participants. Enhanced care services, this is basically overnight sleep support. Someone needs to be there to provide immediate supervision if they, there's an emergency or they get up to go to the bathroom. You're fine. You can go back. Next slide is fine. Thank you. And then vehicle modifications services. So you need your vehicle modified in order to, allow a person to, have transportation and get out in the community. Home and environmental modification services, or HEMS. Again, you need a shower, install, stuff like that. That qualifies. There's a lot of different things that can fall in that category. Medical alert rental. This used to be called PERS, or Personal Emergency Response System. I generally kind of say it's the help I've fallen and I can't get up button. It's a little more complicated than that, but it's an easy way to think about it. Specialized medical equipment and supplies. That could be like DME, durable medical equipment and things like that. A lot of things can be encapsulated there under the specialized medical equipment and supplies. But basically it's to help improve communication, daily living, all that kind of stuff. And then reserve capacity. So I'm briefly mentioned the IDD waiver waitlist, but it is currently at 8 years. We just reduced it from 10 years. So 8 years is still a very long time. We are developing the community support waiver, which hypothetically, hopefully will help us address the waitlist. Nonetheless, we have reserve capacity. So if people enter the system through the CDDO, and they are at risk of a crisis, at risk of DCF custody, and things like that, then they can bypass the wait list. So this list here indicates a reason or a way a person can bypass the wait list. So supportive employment was one of the services, DCF custody, and then the ROC release of custody. So once they go out of custody, they get a spot. Military inclusion, institutional transitions. Institutional transitions includes things like Osawatomie State Hospital, PRTFs, Larned, depending on the situation, and Parsons. And then work steps program, that's a really good, I'm not an expert on that. That's actually over on the KDHE side, but works and steps program is really great for those that may want to explore working. Okay. And then you guys probably won't care too much about this. We're going to be in bundling day services. Currently it's billed with, it's like a very, very large umbrella, and we're going to break them out into those different categories, but we're not looking at that until closer to 2029 when our IDD waiver renews again. Okay, and then this is just a quick note because the IDD waiver is the only one that has a targeted case manager, really. And so, but all the other waivers use a care coordinator through the MCO. And so I just kind of wanted to break it down. So a person-centered support plan is the plan that the TCM drafts. They follow Article 63 regulation, and they use a state-approved template. The person-centered service plan is the plan that the MCO care coordinator drafts. The support plan is actually considered part of the service plan and is under federal regulation, including the CFR 441.301, and we used to call it the ISP. Okay, and then there's just some information and links. And then open for questions.
Thank you, Robin. That was a lot of information. I'm glad you have some links on there for us. Does anybody have questions for Robin?
I have a question, Robin. What happens during the waitlist period for these individuals?
It can vary, but generally, you know, if the person's lucky enough to get a referral earlier in their education, they're in school, so they hypothetically have good, you know, have good school support, right? And then things of that nature. So they should be have the option of a targeted case manager, and then they essentially wait. The CDDO is to be making annual contact with that person to make sure that they know that, you know, that they're on the wait list and want to make sure that they want to stay on the wait list. You know, other scenarios out there, like if they enter a crisis or things like that, then there's other actions that can be taken. Sometimes the CDDO has, it's called state aid, and there's additional funding. Like if there was some kind of simple support needs that maybe, you know, would keep that person out of crisis, you could, you know, that person could apply for funding from the CDDO at a pretty low level, but it can assist some people. So that's essentially it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for Robin? Okay. Well, Robin, we appreciate you taking some time and sharing information with our council.
Well, you guys are easy, but yeah, thank you so much for allowing me. I mean, it's really complex stuff, but I just wanted to leave with like one, you know, really strong piece of advice. If you guys have questions, go to your local CDDO, because they're just going to be able to, each CDDO is a little bit different. They got boots on the ground. They know local resources. They may, after they're on the wait list and they're maybe experiencing some, you know, barriers, they're going to know those local resources and refer you out that I would not be able to. So CDDO is your first stop shop.
Okay. Thank you,
That's all I
Robin.
got.
All right.
Thanks,
Very
guys.
good. Thanks so much.
Bye.
Okay. Does anybody have anything else before we seek a motion to adjourn? Okay. I'm looking at you, Rebecca. Okay, we have a motion to adjourn by Rebecca. Do we have a second? A second by Autumn. All those in favor can just get up and go. All those opposed, stay. Thank you all.
you.